Chapter 353, One-Hit Asura, 2. I never really have enough EXP. However, I can only leave it for now. Even if I fall back to level 0, I won't have enough EXP to upgrade the skill. Xiaofan laughed bitterly as he looked at his own level. Level 21. His current level was even lower than before he had returned to White River City. However, his combat power was much higher than any ordinary level 34 player. Meanwhile, Turtledove and Shadow Sword were completely stupefied right now. Within minutes, a level 34 player had fallen to level 21. Turtledove and Shadow Sword had even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. How could a player's level decrease by itself? Although they both eagerly wanted to ask Xiaofan about his level, they felt embarrassed to do so. After all, they had yet to join Zero Wing officially. As the leader of a guild, how could they presume to ask for Xiaofan's secrets? Although Xiaofan could discern the doubts filling the minds of the two minds beside him, he did not bother to explain himself. This was his secret. If the matter of the 7 luminaries ring were revealed, a calamity would definitely befall him in the future. At this moment, Xiaofan received another system notification. System, Guild Crusade Quest completed. Zero Wing's popularity increased by 30,000 points. System, congratulations player for completing a Guild Crusade quest. Rewarding 70 White River City reputation points and 5 million EXP. Suddenly, Xiaofan's level recovered to level 22. Guild leader, we've secured all of the treasure in Creek Town. Everyone's reputation had increased beyond 100 points, and we've become nobles. We won't suffer any consequences if we enter the city as red names now. Fire Dance and the others have returned to the city to accept their class change quests, Aqua Rose suddenly reported through the team chat. Good. The rest of you should return as well. While you're at it, summon all members of Zero Wing to the teleportation hall, Xiaofan said, smiling faintly as he watched the current stalemate on the battlefield. Today was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was also the night when Zero Wing would fully emerge from the shadows. I understand. We'll hurry over immediately, Aqua Rose answered without hesitation before disconnecting the call. At this point, Aqua Rose no longer doubted Xiaofan's decisions. After the call ended, Xiaofan remained sitting on the rooftop, quietly observing the intense battle below. After another hour had passed, the number of players still alive on the battlefield had dwindled down from the initial 500,000 to less than 100,000. The brutality of the war far exceeded everyone's imaginations. Throughout this period, other players would slaughter anyone who dared approach the loot from the mechanical slayer regardless of who they were. Even when a guild had sent hundreds of members charging forward, the result was the same. In the end, the situation had devolved into one where it became impossible for one side to steal any of the drops without annihilating everyone else. However, along with the decrease of players, guilds' advantages began to reveal themselves. Among the tens of thousands of players remaining, a large majority of them were guild players. Meanwhile, the number of independent players decreased as some independent players had opted to give up and retreat from the battlefield. Without the interruption from independent players, the various guilds had also started to make their moves. Gradually, one guild after another charged towards the unclaimed loot. However, how could the other guilds willingly sit by and watch as other guilds obtained the drops of the mechanical slayer? Hence, the guilds present split their members into 2 groups, one to hinder the other guilds and one to seize the items. As a result, the various guilds initiated another intense battle with each other. These items all belong to Dark Star. Do you think small guilds like you are worthy of fighting us? Lone Tyrant swung his shield, slamming it into a swordsman from a small guild and sending him flying. He then bellowed, "Assassins, go for the items. Everyone else, protect them." Immediately, dozens of assassins from Dark Star sped forward, while the other members of Dark Star opened a path for these assassins. You wish to take those items? Have you sought my permission to do so yet? Red Feather led his subordinates forward, gradually approaching the drops while hindering Dark Star. Simultaneously, Emperor's Light, the Assassins' Alliance, and World Dominators also began to fight their way forward. Although these powerful guilds were very strong, the small guilds were no fools. These powerful guilds' main target would be the highest concentration of loot. Hence, as unrated guilds, rather than competing over these locations, it would be far wiser for them to compete over locations with fewer items. That way, they would have fewer challengers. Meanwhile, seeing the various guilds picking up drops one after another, the independent players watching from the outskirts of the battlefield could not help but grow envious. At this moment, however, the guilds that had managed to secure some drops for themselves also displayed grim expressions. Originally, they had been fighting vigorously while ignoring all costs in order to secure the loot. After all, as long as they put these items into their bag, even if they died, these items would not drop. However, now that they had gotten their hands on these items, the result was completely different from what they expected. Any players holding the dropped items had to stay alive and hold said items for 2 hours. If killed during this time, the dropped items would automatically fall from the player's bag. What the hell is going on here? Lone Tyrant looked at the dropped item inside his bag, his brows wrinkled. To secure the dropped items, they had not held anything back while slaughtering their way forward, even at the expense of sacrificing their own companions. Meanwhile, the only reason Lone Tyrant willing made such a huge sacrifice was because he knew that they could take ownership of the dropped items the moment they got their hands on them. At this moment, out of the 10,000 plus Dark Star members who had arrived, less than 1,000 remained. Yet, Lone Tyrant had made all those sacrifices only to find out that the battle was not over yet. The dropped items they had obtained could switch ownership at any given moment. At this moment, all those who managed to obtain a dropped item felt their blood rush to their heads. Due to this sudden change, another change also swept through the battlefield. The various guilds immediately started relocating their members who had managed to obtain a drop. Simultaneously, they had also sent more people to kill the members of other guilds who held items. Suddenly, the battlefield became even more fierce than before. At this point, the more members a guild possessed, the greater the advantage it had. Meanwhile, as the guild with the most members remaining at this moment, Dark Star was also the guild that had looted the most items. Very quickly, Dark Star looted another dozen or so items. In addition to the ones they had previously obtained, the number of dropped items now in Dark Star's possession totaled 24. At this moment, aside from Xiaofan, Dark Star had the largest harvest. Just as the escort Lone Tyrant personally led was about to enter White River City's safe zone. Suddenly, a black figure appeared before Lone Tyrant. Black Flame, should I commend you for your bravery or stupidity? Despite managing to escape, rather than going into hiding with the items you obtained, you actually dare appear before me once again. Very well. Today, I will finish you off. As for the items in your possession, they will all belong to Dark Star. Lone Tyrant recognized Xiaofan almost instantly. With a sneer, he waved his hand. Over 100 melee players surrounded Xiaofan, while the mages at the rear line started chanting their spells. The healers also began to back off. This time, however, they stood sparsely apart from each other. Obviously, they had done so to avoid getting caught by Xiaofang's large-scale AoE magic and that silencing field which prevented them from using any of their skills or tools. Black Flame, you must feel so helpless when you see this formation, no? You will definitely die this time. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for showing up in front of me, Lone Tyrant boasted. Xiaofan simply smiled at Dark Star's formation. If this had happened before he had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, this formation would have caused him a headache. With several hundred people standing so sparsely, the effective range of Firestorm and absolute time would indeed be insufficient to deal with all of them. Without the silencing field, as the battle drew on, he would have no choice but to escape. However, circumstances had changed. Looking at the hundreds of level 16 and level 17 melee players charging at him from all directions, Xiaofan activated Absolute Time. At level 5, Absolute Time had an effective radius of 75 yards, so it covered a large majority of the scattered players. As for those that were outside the range of Absolute Time, they were no threat to Xiaofan. Following which, Xiaofan switched out the Aura of Time for the Aura of Fire on the 7 Luminaries ring, increasing his damage dealt by 40%, while reducing his target's defense by 40%. However, Xiaofan was not done yet. Xiaofan then activated the additional skill of Purgatory's Shadow, Purgatory Power, increasing his attack speed by 100% and damage by 30% for 15 seconds. Immediately after, Xiaofan used Windwalk and advanced, abruptly charging towards the members of Dark Star. Xiaofang's first target was a level 17 shield warrior. Raising the Abyssal Blade, Xiaofan lightly slashed at the shield warrior. The silvery gray Abyssal Blade transformed into a streak of silvery gray light. Before the shield warrior could lift his shield against Xiaofang's attack, a deep slash appeared on his mysterious iron-ranked breastplate. A critical damage of -3,216 appeared above the shield warrior's head. Following which, this level 17 shield warrior, which possessed slightly more than 2,600 HP, died. Before this shield warrior's body hit the ground, Xiaofan had already arrived in front of a berserker. Similarly, Xiaofan struck once before leaving behind an afterimage and charging towards the next swordsman. From an outsider's point of view, they could only see a dark shadow passing by the members of Dark Star. Then, for reasons unknown, those Dark Star members suddenly fell to the ground, their HP bars completely depleted. Meanwhile, this dark shadow was so fast that it only took around 6 seconds to move through every single member of Dark Star. By the time this shadow stopped moving, the several hundred Dark Star members had become corpses, only silence and hundreds of dropped items accompanied these corpses. The players watching this scene play out from afar were completely stupefied. This was too horrifying. Are you a ghost or a human? Lone Tyrant gaped at the hundreds of dead Dark Star elites in front of him in disbelief. Before he could make sense of what was happening, all of his companions had died. The word fear was no longer sufficient to describe what Lone Tyrant currently felt. What do you think? Xiaofan said, smiling faintly as he shifted his gaze to Lone Tyrant. Lone Tyrant's heart jumped when he saw the ridiculing smile on Xiaofang's face. At this moment, he no longer thought of retaliating. He even doubted that the person before him was Black Flame, but an evil Rakshasa of God's domain instead. Otherwise, how could he possibly explain the unbelievable sight before him? How was it even possible for a player to be so powerful? At this moment, escape was Lone Tyrant's only hope. Even if he had 10 lives, they wouldn't be enough against such an evil Rakshasa. However, as soon as Lone Tyrant turned around, he discovered that Xiaofan had already appeared in front of him. Immediately after, he saw the abyssal blade in Xiaofang's hand give off a dazzling light. He also felt himself melt at the immense temperature radiating from Xiaofang's sword. This skill was none other than Xiaofang's recently upgraded level 9 Flame Burst. Before Lone Tyrant could react, the scorching abyssal blade had run through his heart. The hell-like flames incinerated his body. At the same time, a massive damage of over -10,000 appeared above Lone Tyrant's head. Following which, as if struck by a meteorite, Lone Tyrant was sent flying backward. However, before his body made contact with a solid surface, he had become nothing more than ash in the wind. Chapter 354, Hunter and Prey. After killing Lone Tyrant, Xiaofan turned to face the remaining Dark Star members behind him. At this point, Xiaofan had thoroughly frightened these players. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of players had died, just like that. Moreover, even their guild leader, Lone Tyrant, could not withstand a single hit before the evil Rakshasa burned him to ash. The remaining Dark Star members felt a chill crawl down their spines when Xiaofan glanced at them. Their limbs felt like lead, incomparably heavy. At this moment, none of them had any courage to continue fighting. Meanwhile, many players watching from afar immediately uploaded the videos they had recorded to the official forums, creating a huge sensation. As a result, the name Black Flame became even more popular than before. Run! No one knew who had shouted this single word. However, all of the remaining Dark Star members expressed their unanimous agreement as they scattered and ran in all directions. With hundreds of players running away from him in all directions, even Xiaofan, as fast as he was, could not possibly kill all of them. Hence, Xiaofan decided to target the 9 assassins and rangers who were being protected by a group of their companions. These players bore the dropped items from the Mechanical Slayer. Xiaofan might be able to ignore killing everyone else, but he could not ignore these 9. Damn! Why is my luck so rotten? One of the escaping assassins paled with fright when he saw Xiaofan dart towards his group. Seeing as escape was no longer an option, the assassin spun around and prepared for a desperate battle. Face me if you can. However, by the time this assassin turned to face Xiaofan, the blazing abyssal blade had already penetrated his chest. The assassin's HP quickly bottomed out, and 3 items dropped from his lifeless body. Among them, 2 were items dropped by the Mechanical Slayer. Xiaofan immediately grabbed the loot from the Mechanical Slayer and tossed them into his bag. He then charged towards his next target. By the time everyone from Dark Star had run out of absolute time's effective radius, Xiaofan had killed 6 people in quick succession, obtaining a total of 15 dropped items. As for the remaining 3, they had escaped. Not a bad harvest, Xiaofan smiled satisfactorily as he looked at the new additions to his bag. Including these 15 items, he had obtained a total of 52 dropped items. That was practically half of the Mechanical Slayer's drops. Just as Xiaofan prepared to leave, he suddenly discovered the players from other guilds all barreling towards him. Meanwhile, every one of these players wore greedy expressions, and they all thought of Xiaofan as a fat sheep. If Xiaofan had only taken a handful of the loot, they would not have dared strike at Xiaofan even if someone put a gun to their heads. However, the number of dropped items Xiaofan obtained was simply too shocking. Hence, their greed had overtaken their fear. Although the strength Xiaofan displayed defied all reason, everyone had the courage to charge at Xiaofan because they knew that his explosive strength could only last for a short time. Moreover, large-scale silencing skills like the one Xiaofan used would definitely have a very long cooldown. Knowing that the situation had become unfavorable, Xiaofan immediately turned and ran. He had only recently used absolute time, so the skill was still on cooldown at that moment. Without the skill, he stood absolutely no chance against thousands of players. Boss Red Feather, Black Flame is trying to flee. It will be difficult to deal with him if we allow him to escape into White River City's safe zone. Should we use that item now? A Cursemancer asked. At this moment, Red Feather carefully considered the situation. Standing by his side, Flourishing Willow said, "Big Brother Red, are we really going to make a move against him?" Flourishing Willow's words surprised her teammates. Normally, Flourishing Willow was the most bloodthirsty out of any of them. How could her change of heart not surprise them? "Willow, I thought you said that you wanted to teach Black Flame a lesson. What's changed?" "Don't tell me you're afraid," an assassin on the same team joked. "Huh? Who's afraid? Are you itching for a beating? Why don't we have a private spar once we return?" Flourishing Willow glared at the assassin. No. I was just joking. You're a great expert who ranks on the experts list, why would you bully me?" the assassin hurriedly said, concerned for his safety. Aside from their boss Red Feather, Flourishing Willow was the strongest powerhouse in their team, and nobody dared provoke her. Humph, Flourishing Willow proudly snorted. She then shifted her gaze to Red Feather, whose expression appeared melancholic, wondering what his decision would be. Previously, Xiaofan had meant nothing to her. Even if Xiaofang's past performances were outstanding, at most, he would only shine in White River City. However, things were different now. Now that she had personally witnessed Xiaofang's skilled and rapid movements, Flourishing Willow was sure that his strength would carry him beyond the confines of just a city. It was especially true for that frighteningly accurate swordsmanship of his. In just a few seconds, Xiaofan had brandished his sword over 100 times. He had even done so while moving at high speeds. It would have been reasonable if Xiaofan had simply killed the players of Dark Star. However, Xiaofan had actually managed to bury his sword in the heart of every player. Even Red Feather could not achieve such a feat. In addition to being so highly skilled, Black Flame was also the guild leader of Zero Wing. His status was not low. Even if they discarded all pretenses and killed Black Flame, it would not benefit the Star Alliance. Move out. In the end, Red Feather still made his decision. They had an opportunity of obtaining a large number of fine gold and dark gold items, so what if they had to offend Zero Wing? Moreover, the Star Alliance was a first-rate guild. Even Ouroboros did not dare disrespect them, much less Zero Wing. Okay, the several assassins in the team replied excitedly, each of them promptly retrieving a purple gold crystal ball from their bag. Activating wind steps and stealth, these assassins swiftly dashed towards Xiaofan. Xiaofang's movement speed was extremely fast, and ordinary players had no chance of catching up to him. Even rangers, assassins, and swordsmen, who all boasted high movement speeds, could not catch up to Xiaofan. Surprisingly, however, the distance between Xiaofan and the players chasing him gradually shortened. Initially, there had been a span of 100 yards between them, now, there were only 30 yards. If the distance shortened by just another step, the shield warriors and berserkers could use charge to pin down Xiaofan. However, no matter how hard the warriors tried, none of them could reduce this distance of 30 yards any further. It drove them all mad. That sure is a lot of people. Xiaofan turned to look at the crowd chasing him, his lips curling upwards. At this moment, none of the players pursuing Xiaofan had discovered that, instead of moving closer to White River City's safe zone, they were actually moving farther from it. Soon, Xiaofan would reach the entrance of the teleportation hall. Crap! He's trying to escape through the teleportation array. The crowd started growing anxious. If they allowed Xiaofan to teleport from White River City, it would be extremely difficult for them to catch him. Look, there seems to be a group of people coming out from the teleportation hall. Hey! Help us stop that person. That person has dark gold ranked treasures on him. Those treasures will fall off his body as long as we kill him. Seeing that the group walking out of the teleportation hall consisted of over 100 players, the crowd's hopes rekindled. They tried thinking of how they could convince that group of players to hinder Xiaofang's escape. As long as those players could pin him down for a moment, they could surround him once more. When the players emerging from the teleportation hall heard these words, they immediately took action. Without hesitation, they blocked off the entrance of the teleportation hall. Seeing this, the crowd celebrated. Wait, why do those people look somewhat familiar? Aren't the two great beauties standing at the front Zero Wings Fire Dance and Aqua Rose? Why would they be here? As the distance between them and the teleportation hall shortened, the crowd could gradually see more details of those hundreds of players. Suddenly, they realized that something was wrong. The gaze Aqua Rose and the others shot them was the same gazes that they had used to look at Xiaofan. It was neither a gaze of ridicule or laughter. Rather, it was the predatory gaze a hunter used while watching prey. Chapter 355, Biggest Winner. We've been had. This black flame is too cunning. He wasn't trying to run away at all. Instead, he was luring us over here. Everyone, be careful. What's there to be afraid of? They only have over 100 people. We have over 10,000 on our side. Do they think they can really turn the tide? Although the crowd had discovered that something was wrong, they couldn't care less. An arrow fitted on the bowstring couldn't avoid being fired. Xiaofan had simply obtained too many dropped items. They might not get another opportunity to find such a fat sheep in the future. Right now, the total number of drops all of their guilds obtained was nowhere near what Xiaofan carried. Hence, they would not hesitate, even if they had to start a war with these hundreds of players from Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. Excellent. We could only play the role of side characters back in Creek Town. Now, I can finally exercise my hands. Blackie said joyfully as he watched the incoming crowd. Blackie, don't kill too many. Let the others get some practice as well. It isn't very often we get to participate in such a large-scale battle. Fire Dance smiled faintly as she unsheathed her daggers and entered stealth. Black and Fire Dance's excitement left their teammates speechless. In Zero Wing, it was common knowledge that Blackie and Fire Dance were the two gods of slaughter in the guild. In the previous war involving 4 of the top 6 guilds of White River City, if Blackie had not wielded large-scale magic such as the Stars of Light, Fire Dance's total number of kills would have definitely surpassed his. Everyone, be careful. Since these people have survived until now, they should have some strength. Aqua Rose simply ignored Blackie's and Fire Dance's actions. The attack power the two of them possessed was simply not something others could replicate. Big Sis Aqua, don't worry. Now that we have upgraded our equipment, this is a perfect chance to see how much we have improved. The others started laughing. After the death of the Mechanical Slayer, the magic barrier protecting the treasures of the Blood Hand Association also disappeared. The Blood Hand Association's treasures were a great eye-opener for everyone. In total, they claimed several hundred mysterious iron items. There were also plenty of secret silver and fine gold ranked weapons and equipment. After distributing and equipping these items, everyone's equipment standard had significantly improved. Now, although their opponents numbered over 10,000, they possessed the advantage of levels and equipment. They also occupied a strategic location. After all, the teleportation hall could only hold so many people at a single time. It was not possible for all of the incoming players to squeeze into the hall simultaneously. In other words, despite the overwhelming odds, they were not without a chance for victory. At this moment, Xiaofan stopped right before the entrance of the teleportation hall. He then turned to face the various guilds charging at him. On one side, there were over 10,000 players, while on the other, there were 100 or so players. The difference in numbers was over 100 times. However, the various guilds abruptly stopped and the distance between them and Xiaofan shortened to 50 yards. Black Flame, don't think that you are invincible just because you now have backup. If you hand over the loot, we will consider sparing your life. Otherwise, today will be the day that your legend comes to an end. Hand over the drops, and we'll spare you your life. Otherwise, you and your team will be finished. The guild leaders of the various guilds glared at Xiaofan with crazed eyes. They wanted nothing more than to murder Xiaofan right now. Previously, the massacre the Mechanical Slayer carried out under Xiaofang's lead severely wounded their guilds. Afterward, due to Xiaofan faking his own death, they even began to slaughter each other indiscriminately, decreasing their numbers once more. Now, so many reinforcements suddenly appeared. Who knew if Xiaofan had anything else prepared? Now that Xiaofan had suddenly turned to smile at them, how could they not feel worried? Hence, they all decided to halt their steps rather than continuing to charge forward. What if they recklessly rushed again, only to find themselves caught by another one of Xiaofang's traps? Thus, nobody dared to be the first to charge over. What's the point of talking so much trash? You've chased me for so long, so shouldn't it be my turn now? Xiaofan smirked at the army of players before him. Revealing a faint smile, he slowly unsheathed the abyssal blade. Xiaofang's calm reaction began to unnerve some of the guilds present. Facing an army of over 10,000, even a first-rate expert would react anxiously. However, even after observing Xiaofan for so long, they could not detect the slightest hint of panic on his face. Did Xiaofan truly possess another card that could allow his small team to defeat them? Big Brother Red, there is definitely something suspicious going on. Now that Black Flame has reached the teleportation hall, he can escape at any time. Yet, instead of doing so, he actually plans to take a stand, Flourishing Willow said, her brows tightening. Red Feather nodded in agreement, feeling that something was indeed wrong with this situation. Before, Xiaofan could have simply escaped into White River City's safe zone. At that time, with the protection of the city guards, it would not be so easy to steal the Mechanical Slayer's loot from him anymore. Yet, instead of doing so, Xiaofan had gradually lured everyone to the teleportation hall. Why would Xiaofan do such a thing? Crap! We've been tricked. Black Flame is trying to buy time. Red Feather suddenly panicked. Hurriedly, he opened the team member display to check whether or not his team members inside the White River City safe zone were safe. Big Brother Red, what's going on? Flourishing Willow looked at Red Feather, confused. Black Flame is trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Zero Wing has over 5,000 members, yet, only 100 or so are here. Since he could call over these 100 or so members, why didn't he send for even more reinforcements? Red Feather explained. The only reason he did not send for more reinforcements was that he had sent the rest to hunt the transport teams who are safeguarding the loot. Moreover, by blocking the teleportation hall, he can choose to attack or retreat any time he wants. As soon as the other members of Zero Wing obtain the drops, they can leave immediately. Red Feather had not used the team chat when he spoke. Moreover, he had not kept his voice down, so the other guilds had heard his words very clearly. Suddenly, the guild leaders of the various guilds turned pale. Immediately, they started contacting the players that were transporting the dropped items. However, none of their calls connected. The results were the same when they tried contacting the other team members of the transport team. You've only realized it now? Unfortunately, it's too late, Xiaofan laughed, shaking his head as he watched the various guilds' actions. Indeed, just as Red Feather had guessed, even before he had slaughtered the members of Dark Star, he had arranged for Zero Wing's army to keep an eye on the transport teams of the other guilds. When Xiaofan started his battle with Dark Star, Zero Wing's army took action. As the various guilds had lusted after the items on Xiaofan, they had not allocated many members to escort the transport team. Some guilds only allocated a few dozen members, while some had only allocated a dozen or so. Meanwhile, each of Zero Wing's groups consisted of at least more than 100. Some even possessed up to 400 members. There was no way they would fail. Moreover, in order to prevent these transport teams from reporting back to their respective guilds about the ambush, Xiaofan had purchased a large number of information sealing scrolls from the magic shop. The information sealing scroll was extremely expensive, with each one costing 50 silver coins. This scroll could neither attack nor defend. It was also not a support item. In addition, the scroll could only target players. This scroll's only function was to prevent players from using the game's communication system for a certain amount of time. During this period, players could not receive or send any messages. The only form of communication they could use was ordinary speech. Hence, all this time, the information sealing scroll was an item that the player populace of God's domain had ignored. During the ambush, although these transport teams were just a short distance away from the battlefield, they could not contact their respective guilds to request reinforcements. Faced with troops several times their number, these transport teams had no chance of protecting the loot they carried. Also, even though these transport teams were inside the city's safe zone, the city guards needed time to come to their rescue. During this time, unless the transport team of a guild possessed only top-tier experts, their deaths were all but certain. Even if the city guards arrived later, the dropped items of the Mechanical Slayer could simply be passed on and claimed by the Zero Wing members who had not participated in the battle. At this moment, Red Feather was livid. Although he did not know how Xiaofan had sealed off their communication, when he saw the HP bars of his team members decreasing, he could guess what had happened. Without a doubt, his team members were definitely caught in an intense battle. At this moment, Red Feather finally realized that he had massively underestimated Xiaofan. He had been thoroughly fooled by Xiaofang's facade of a first-rate expert. Compared to Xiaofang's combat techniques, his cunning was far more terrifying. Despite the price so many players and guilds had paid, in the end, Zero Wing became the biggest, no, the only winner of this war. Rather than calling Xiaofan a fledgling fox, it would be more appropriate to consider him an old demon fox that has lived for countless years. Chapter 356, One Man Holding Out Against 10,000. Big Brother Red, their HPs aren't declining that rapidly. They should have started fighting not that long ago. Also, they're only a short distance away from us. If we run back there right now, we might still be able to save them, Flourishing Willow said hurriedly. However, the moment Flourishing Willow finished speaking, one of the members on their transport team suddenly died. What? Flourishing Willow looked at one of the HP bars on the list of team members in disbelief. The dark HP bar proved that this player was already dead. She was very clear on the strength of the team transporting the dropped items. They were all elites of the Star Alliance. Yet, just shortly after the battle started, one of these elites had already died. How could she not be shocked by this situation? It's too late. At this point, we can only kill Black Flame to make up for our losses. Red Feather shook his head. He then looked at Xiaofan, rage burning in his eyes. In reality, Red Feather was not the only person present who was angry. The other guilds were similarly enraged. Xiaofan had so easily taken away the dropped items they had paid such a large price to obtain. This also meant that, at this moment, Xiaofan had obtained all the drops of the Mechanical Slayer. So, how could they not feel angry? They had far underestimated Xiaofang's ambitions. From the moment the Mechanical Slayer attacked the city, Xiaofan never had any intention of letting anyone obtain a share of the loot. Now, they finally realized how naive they had been. They had lost the battle from the very beginning. The battle between their transport teams and the members of Zero Wing had been going on for some time now. It would be too late even if they tried to rescue the transport teams. The only thing they could do now was to get rid of Xiaofan. In any case, the number of drops Xiaofan had on him was almost the same as the number of drops of the guilds combined. Kill him. Kill him right this instant. Black Flame, today will be your funeral. None of the guilds present could care less anymore. All of them started charging at Xiaofan one after another, not caring whether or not Xiaofan had set up any traps for them. However, when the various guilds started charging at him, Xiaofan and the others of Zero Wing also retreated into the teleportation hall. Facing death with a smile, the various guilds rushed into the building without a moment's hesitation. Seeing the large number of players swarming into the teleportation hall, Xiaofan said in the team chat, "Start." Blackie, who had been eagerly waiting for this moment, immediately cast stars of light. The entrance and hallway of the teleportation hall was not very spacious, with a capacity of only around 100 players or so. Meanwhile, the range of the stars of light just happened to completely cover this area. One after another, stars of sacred light shot down from the sky, rocking the entire teleportation hall. Even with the preparations the guilds made, the might of the stars of light was simply too overwhelming. Despite the healers at the rear trying their best to save their companions, Blackie's stars of light destroyed even the MTs, who possessed the highest HP and defense, in just 2 to 3 rounds. After the duration of stars of light ended, many members of the various guilds had died. Xiaofan estimated the death toll for Blackie's skill at over 500. At this moment, Blackie's name looked more black than red. If not for the guards of White River City temporarily halting their management over the vicinity of the teleportation hall, the guards would have killed Blackie dozens of times by now. Meanwhile, Blackie's skill had thoroughly shocked the various guilds. The scene before them brought home to the crowd once more the importance of large-scale destruction spells. Even before their frontline players had a chance to clash with the enemy, their side had already suffered so many deaths. This was just like the battlefields of ancient times when archers would already fire their bows before the two sides could even clash. In this case, however, since their side did not possess any archers, they would naturally suffer a one-sided beating. The only thing they could do in this situation was to endure and hope they survived. Fortunately, large-scale destruction spells like this definitely had a very long cooldown time. After all, if such powerful skills could be used constantly, would there even be a need for them to fight? They might as well stand still and await their deaths. Don't be afraid. Charge. They should have used up their skills already. Red Feather calmly shouted a reminder to everyone. Following which, the members of the various guilds charged at Xiaofan once more. In addition, the number of players that charged into the teleportation hall this time was even greater than before. At this moment, the members of Zero Wing were also ready for battle. Just in time. Let's see how powerful my newly improved skill is, then. At this moment, Xiaofan finally utilized the 7 Luminaries ring and activated Firestorm. The level 5 Firestorm was even more powerful than Blackie's stars of light. Towering flames brightly illuminated the entire teleportation hall. The temperature inside the building rose by tens of degrees as well. Numerous butterflies formed by flames fluttered gracefully around the teleportation hall, creating a beautiful scene to behold. However, all the players touched by these flame butterflies instantly combusted, their bodies turning into ash shortly after. Before the healers standing at the back could react, countless players had already died. The number of deaths caused by Xiaofan's firestorm far surpassed Blackie's stars of light. Why do they still possess large-scale destruction spells? The various guilds present had long since known about Blackie's stars of light. After all, the scene of Blackie using this skill had appeared on video recordings many times by now. Since they had been prepared for it, they had not sent their full force in the initial charge. For their second charge, however, they had held nothing back. Yet, now, Zero Wing had revealed a second, and even more powerful, large-scale destruction spell. This situation greatly confused everyone. Just where did Zero Wing manage to obtain so many large-scale destruction spells? Just having one of such spells was already a near impossible feat at this stage of the game. Not even first-rate guilds possessed a single one of such powerful spells. Yet, Zero Wing actually laid claim to 2. After Firestorm ended, the members of the various guilds turned silent. No longer did anybody dare to rush forward. After seeing this second large-scale destruction spell unleashed, the various guilds present started hesitating. Instead of letting their blood rush to their heads, they started calmly observing the situation. Looking at Xiaofang's leisurely behavior as he stood inside the teleportation hall, they could not help but wonder whether Xiaofan still had another card hidden up his sleeves. From beginning to end, Xiaofan had never considered the army before him a threat. The expression Xiaofan had, in particular, made it seem as if everything was under his control. If there were still members among Zero Wing capable of using large-scale destruction spells, wouldn't they just be seeking their own deaths by recklessly charging ahead? Before arriving at the teleportation hall, the various guilds present had already suffered immense losses. Now, the 2 spells they suffered were like fuel added to the fire. If they were to take another 1 or 2 of such blows, just how were they supposed to cope with the losses? Why aren't you guys charging? It is impossible for Zero Wing to possess any more of such large-scale destruction spells. Red Feather shouted anxiously as he looked at the various guilds. Brother Red Feather, it's not that we are unwilling to charge. However, our manpower is limited. What if they reveal another large-scale destruction spell? My guild can't hope to endure another blow like that. Brother Red Feather, why don't you lead the charge for us? If Zero Wing has indeed run out of large-scale destruction spells, we'll then follow you in your charge. Red Feather nearly spat out a mouthful of blood at these guild leaders when he heard their words. He had brought only a small number of members with him on this expedition to White River City. After going through the 2 great wars earlier, he had lost over half the members he had brought. Just moments ago, Zero Wing had also killed his transport team. In the end, the only thing he gained from this trip was losses. If he were to send his few remaining members at Zero Wing right now, wouldn't he just be seeking his own death? At this time, the various guild leaders present were also unwilling to let their own subordinates act as cannon fodder. Every death was a loss of money to them. As of this moment, they had yet to gain a single thing, so how would they be willing to continue throwing lives away? Previously, they had gotten caught in Xiaofan's plots one after another. Now, Zero Wing's performance had even surpassed their expectations. After suffering successive blows, they were truly afraid now. What? Not gonna charge at us anymore? If you guys aren't coming, then we'll be leaving. Xiaofan stood at the stairs of the teleportation hall, looking at the various guilds that did not dare to enter the building. The calm and easygoing smile Xiaofan wore made it impossible for anyone to guess at his thoughts. Looking at Xiaofan's relaxed and indifferent attitude, as well as the low-grade provocation he used, the various guilds present became even more certain that Xiaofan still possessed a hidden trump card. As long as they dared to charge at him, what awaited them would be an even greater loss. At this moment, the independent players observing from afar were completely stupefied by this scene. An army of tens of thousands. Xiaofan actually intimidated such a force all by himself, such that they didn't dare to set even a single foot inside the teleportation hall. This scene was truly one man holding out against 10,000. Before today, nobody present would have believed such a nonsensical feat was actually possible. Now, however, they believed it. After all, Xiaofan was the best proof. It would be an honor to die to such a player. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, Red Feather suddenly stepped forward. Everyone, don't be fooled by Black Flame. Do you think large-scale destruction spells can be obtained so easily? He is simply buying time. As long as we charge at him once more, the drops Black Flame obtained will be ours. Red Feather did not believe that Xiaofan still possessed a third large-scale destruction spell. Xiaofan was definitely tricking them. Emphatically, Red Feather advised, if anyone doesn't believe me, then our Star Alliance will compensate you with 5 times the losses you will suffer. Chapter 357, 6-Star Extermination Magic Array. Red Feather's offer of compensating 5 times the losses had they suffered was very tempting, and many guild leaders present hesitated at the offer. Unlike the powerful guilds in White River City, as unrated guilds, they did not have much financial support as unrated guilds. Their sources for gold coins were also limited. If they signed an agreement with Red Feather, their subordinates' deaths would only profit them in the future. If they took Red Feather's offer, however, they would sacrifice a lot of their guild strength. Moreover, they would also lose the faith of their guild members. Seeing these guilds hesitate, Red Feather started to panic. Although he was unsure of whether Zero Wing still possessed large-scale destruction spells or not, he had a guaranteed method to kill Black Flame. As long as he could approach the man, Black Flame would die even if he were an expert ranked on the God's Domain Experts list. Once Black Flame died, the dropped items he carried would fall from his bag. Meanwhile, Red Feather would be the first person to grab those items. Afterward, he could simply use the teleportation array to leave White River City. Now that the dropped items his team had previously obtained were no more, if he could not snatch the items on Black Flame's body, how could he walk away with satisfaction? Don't tell me that none of you want the loot from the Mechanical Slayer? That was a monster that even a Tier 4 Great Wizard struggled to kill. Not to mention dark gold items, it would not be odd to find epic items among the drops. Don't you want the power of an epic item? Red Feather's comments excited the various guild players. None of them had even seen a dark gold item before, let alone an epic item. If a guild obtained an epic item, it would instantly become a hot topic throughout the entire God's domain. At that time, even an unknown guild would become famous, attracting the attention of many guildless players. Although it would still be no match for a truly powerful guild, it could still become an overlord of a city. The might of an epic item was unimaginable. In God's domain, dungeons were one of the main sources for players to obtain weapons and equipment. As only a limited number of players could enter a dungeon, if one wanted an easier time raiding, they could only do so by upgrading the combat power of a limited number of players. Hence, not only were epic items significant symbols to a guild, but they also played a very large role in the guild. At this stage of the game, if a guild could obtain an epic item, the strength of the guild would instantly soar to the next level. The Mechanical Slayer's loot needed to be appraised before anyone could discern quality and attributes. Hence, nobody knew the exact quality of the Slayer's loot. However, seeing as the Mechanical Slayer had been such a powerful monster, it would not be surprising even to find epic items among its loot. As long as there was the slightest possibility, nobody among the crowd would easily give up on this chance. Charge! For the epic items. Black Flame, hand over the epic items, and we'll spare your life. The various guilds charged at Xiaofan once more with passion. Setting aside Red Feather's offer, the lure of an epic item alone was worth any price. At this moment, Aqua Rose walked up to Xiaofang's side, suggesting, "Guild leader, they're charging at us once more. We've bought enough time now. Should we depart?" Although they had the absolute advantage of levels, equipment, and terrain, if they had to face so many players, death and injury would be inevitable. Since they have already achieved their goals, it was not necessary to continue fighting. "Okay, let's withdraw," Xiaofan nodded. "Pass me the Tier 3 magic scroll that you obtained from Creek Town. I'll stall for time and leave them with a memento. Take this chance to activate the teleportation array." Indeed, just as Red Feather had guessed, large-scale destruction spells were not so easy to come by. At this moment, only he and Blackie possessed such spells. Although they had plenty of small-scale AoE attack spells, the might and range of these spells were not enough. They would not play a significant role in this battle. Are we really going to use that Tier 3 magic scroll? That's the only one we received from the crusade. Why don't we just have everyone hold those players off for a bit? In any case, we only need to stall for a moment. If we don't have to fight for that long, we should not incur any casualties. Aqua Rose's heart ached when she heard Xiaofang's intentions. The value of a Tier 3 magic scroll far surpassed a single dark gold item. It doesn't matter. Now is the best time to use it. Xiaofan waved his hand. Aqua Rose simply sighed in response to Xiaofang's decision. With a heavy heart, she handed the Tier 3 magic scroll over. She only had herself to blame for working under such a guild leader. Normally, Xiaofan spent his money lavishly, not bothering with a budget. However, it was also a fact that the results of his spendthrift actions would always pay off. "Go. Leave this to me." The Tier 3 magic scroll Aqua Rose had handed Xiaofan was deep blue with gold inlaid around its edges. Upon receiving the scroll, Xiaofan unrolled it and clicked "Use." The Tier 3 magic scroll they had obtained from the Blood Hand Association's hidden warehouse was entitled Water Dragon's Flurry. This magic scroll contained a very rare large-scale destruction spell with a 2-second cast time. As water-type mana began to gather around Xiaofan, a large-scale, deep blue magic array formed beneath his feet. Crap! It's another large-scale destruction spell. The Tier 3 spell's generated momentum was so immense that the incoming tide of players quickly discovered its appearance. The crowd immediately panicked and tried to withdraw. At this moment, Red Feather's face turned ashen. He would never have thought that Xiaofan still possessed another large-scale destruction spell. Although the crowd retreated quickly, it was too late as Xiaofan had already unleashed the magic of the Tier 3 magic scroll in his hands. Water gushed down from the sky like a massive waterfall, rolling into a tidal wave that was over a dozen meters high. The wave smashed across all of the guild players within the teleportation hall, and in the blink of an eye, the violent tidal wave devoured hundreds of players. Following which, the turbulent water flooded from the building's entrance. It was like a tsunami. The massive wave devoured many of the players outside the hall, and every victim of the spell became nothing more than an icy corpse. As to how many players had died, even Xiaofan himself was not sure. However, what Xiaofan did know was that the Water Dragon's Flurry had killed more players than both Stars of Light and Firestorm combined. It's about time for me to leave as well, Xiaofan examined his surroundings, satisfied. The teleportation hall was void of any members of the various guilds. Oh. That's not right. Someone's still here. Xiaofan suddenly sensed danger. Xiaofan was very familiar with this feeling, so he knew to keep his guard up. Such a feeling only occurred when he encountered life-threatening danger. Hence, Xiaofan immediately activated Omniscient Eyes. Since he had not seen anyone inside the hall, the only possibility left was assassins. Omniscient Eyes allowed Xiaofan to perceive any invisible or stealth units within 100 yards. After activating the skill, a golden glow enveloped both of his eyes. He then observed his surroundings. Like a god overlooking all lifeforms, nothing could hide from his vision. 6 people, is it? Xiaofan quickly discovered 6 obscure figures slowly approaching him from 30 yards away. These 6 assassins felt a chill down their backs the moment Xiaofan's gaze landed on them. Damn it! We've been discovered. Forget about it. This distances should be enough. We can't disappoint Boss Red Feather. The 6 assassins were all experts. Hence, they immediately decided to reveal themselves and take out the purple gold crystal balls. That's the 6-star Extermination magic array. How could they have it? Xiaofan was abruptly shocked and he saw the purple gold crystal balls in the hands of the 6 assassins. These items were no less rare than a Tier 3 magic scroll. Though they were far more powerful than a Tier 3 magic scroll, the requirements and limitations were also far more troublesome than a Tier 3 magic scroll. Chapter 358, Cornered Beast. Although Xiaofan knew that these assassins intended to use the 6-star Extermination magic array, it was too late for him to stop them. In the next moment, the crystal balls released a dazzling purple glow. Purple flames then burst forth, enclosing Xiaofan and the 6 assassins within a barrier of purple fire. This barrier only covered a small area of 30 by 30 yards. With their levels, it would only take a few steps to cross this distance. Guild leader Black Flame, since you so arrogantly offended the Star Alliance, we've come to teach you some manners. Tiger, what's the point of talking to him? He is merely a frog at the bottom of a well. How could he possibly know how amazing our Star Alliance is? Let's finish him off immediately. Boss Red Feather is waiting for us. I'm trying to give him some time to mourn his own loss. Now that the barrier has been activated, nobody can possibly interrupt us. We can take our time dealing with him since there's no way for him to escape anyway. You're right. Wouldn't it be boring if we killed this insufferably haughty guild leader Black Flame in just 2 to 3 hits? Does guild leader Black Flame have any last words? Ha ha ha. The 6 assassins chatted merrily among themselves. They looked at Xiaofan as if he were an ant. It was as if everything was within their control, and victory was already within their grasp. The 6-star Extermination magic array was a magic barrier that possessed several restrictions. Unlike a normal magic scroll, activation required 6 players. Moreover, once the barrier was cast in a specific location, excluding the 6 wielding the crystal balls, it would randomly choose 1 player within range and trap them within. As for everyone else who was within the magic barrier's range at the time of activation, all would be sent out of the magic barrier including players, NPCs, and monsters. After erecting the magic barrier, not even an army of tens of thousands could penetrate it. The same went for those inside the magic barrier, they could not leave. The magic barrier would only dissolve itself when the targeted player died, or the 6 activators were annihilated. In addition, while the barrier did not impose restrictions on the 6 casters, the targeted player, on the other hand, was banned from using any skills. To any player in God's domain, losing one's skills was like a tiger losing its claws and fangs. It was similar to how Xiaofan could one-sidedly massacre hundreds of players after activating Absolute Time, a regional silencing skill. Although part of the reason Xiaofan could achieve such a feat was due to his frightening combat power, the regional silencing skill Absolute Time played a similarly large role. Currently, Xiaofan had to face 6 level 20 assassins who were capable of using all their skills. He was also trapped in this barrier until he defeated these 6 elite players. One could just imagine how dire the situation was. What a pity, Xiaofan sighed as he looked at the purple flames surrounding him before shifting his gaze towards the 6 assassins. Normally, the 6-star Extermination magic array was used to deal with high-tiered mage-type bosses. Compared to a high-tiered magic scroll, although barrier crystals possessed many restrictions, players could use it within a dungeon. On the other hand, Tier 3 magic scrolls like the Water Dragon's Flurry were useless inside a dungeon. At this moment, however, these 6 assassins had used such a precious barrier crystal to deal with a single swordsman like Xiaofan. The word waste could not even begin to describe their actions. Guild leader Black Flame, so even you know the word pity? It would indeed be a pity if we were the only ones to witness your death. However, you can rest assured that we will upload a video of your death to the forums, showing everyone the end of your undying legend. When that time comes, Guild leader Black Flame, you should not blame us for your ruin. Instead, blame yourself for being too arrogant and greedy. You actually dared to oppose the Star Alliance. The 6 assassins laughed maniacally, having already foreseen how Xiaofan would become the laughingstock of God's domain in the near future. As for the 6 of them, after killing Xiaofan, they, too, would instantly become the focus of Star Moon Kingdom. Saying so, the 6 assassins immediately activated stealth and advanced on Xiaofan. However, Xiaofan was a step ahead. Without the slightest bit of panic or hesitation, Xiaofan dashed towards the 6 assassins with frightening speed. The strength of assassins lay in death from the shadows. If exposed, however, they were only half as dangerous. Knowing this, Xiaofan darted forward without hesitation and sliced up the 6 assassins. Dang! 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 6 clangs of metal clashing resounded inside the magic barrier, and the assassins who had just entered stealth were immediately exposed. Enraged, they glared at Xiaofan. Black Flame, no matter how much you struggle, the result will be the same. Since you want to die in early, let me fulfill your wish. A tanned and short assassin named Grey Squirrel tightened his grip around one of his daggers and jabbed it at Xiaofang's abdomen. With even greater speed than before, Grey Squirrel drew a strange arc with his other dagger, sliding it smoothly towards Xiaofang's side. Under normal circumstances, players would instinctively try to defend against the first attack and neglect the dagger from the side. Even if they managed to discover the second dagger, their instincts would still focus on the first. This deliberate misdirection clearly displayed how skilled this assassin named Grey Squirrel was. He was not an ordinary player but an expert. As long as the assassin's blade found its mark, Xiaofan would enter a fainted state. At that time, he would be at the assassin's mercy. They could simply incapacitate him indefinitely until he died. Moreover, while Grey Squirrel attacked Xiaofan, the other two assassins beside him had also aimed their daggers at the swordsman. The three remaining assassins standing at a distance, however, had not taken action. On the contrary, they simply stood there, watching with ridiculing smiles. In their opinion, Xiaofan was just a cornered beast struggling to stay alive. His initial charge was simply his last-ditch effort at survival. Just when the two daggers from Grey Squirrel were about to penetrate into Xiaofan's body, Xiaofan shifted his footsteps slightly and retreated half a step, effortlessly evading the two daggers. Immediately, he spun sideways, escaping the pincer attack of the two assassins behind him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water without any excess movement. The assassins were inwardly startled. Xiaofan had actually evaded their perfect joint attack with such simple motions. Xiaofang's quick-witted response left the six assassins shivering slightly. However, he couldn't care less about his enemy's thoughts. Without a pause, Xiaofan brandished the abyssal blade and the purgatory's shadow, sending over a dozen afterimages slashing at the three assassins. Xiaofang's swords moved with lightning speed, the three assassins emitting ear-piercing screeches as the blades found their vital points. The three attacking assassins were greatly shocked by this counterattack. In a panic, they hurriedly used their daggers to defend themselves, even going as far as using block. Although all three of them managed to defend against the afterimages sent at them, Xiaofang's superhuman strength forced them into a retreat, the clash leaving their hands numb. Such speed and strength. At this moment, these three no longer dared to underestimate Xiaofan. During their brief exchange, they could tell how powerful Xiaofan was. Normally, when the three of them attacked together, even Red Feather would temporarily retreat rather than face them directly. However, Xiaofan had done the exact opposite and fought them head-on. Surprisingly, he even forced them into a retreat. If they had not combined their strengths to block Xiaofang's attacks just now, they might have joined the many souls who had died under Xiaofang's swords. All six of the assassins instantly came to a conclusion. Although the Xiaofan before them had lost his fangs and claws, he was no tiger. He was a monstrous beast clad in human skin. He could easily suppress them by only relying on his strength. Faced with Xiaofan, only death awaited them. Suddenly, the assassins realized that they had made a massive mistake. They had actually chosen to lock themselves up with such a monstrous beast. As expected, it isn't possible to get rid of them quickly without the 100% speed boost from purgatory power. Xiaofang's onslaught had failed to achieve its intended purpose, though it did allow him to gain a general understanding of his attacker's strengths. In conclusion, these assassins were definitely experts. The three assassins had exposed many holes in their defenses after Xiaofan shook them off. Hence, he brandished his blades once more, intending to strike the iron while it was hot and finish them off before they could reunite with their other companions. At this time, however, the other three assassins had already circled and arrived behind Xiaofan. They immediately launched a flurry of attacks, giving Xiaofan no choice but to stop his attacks and deal with the immediate threat first. Xiaofan abruptly spun around, swinging his swords with all his might at the three new arrivals. Like before, his attack sent all three assassins flying. Xiaofan then charged at the assassin in front of him, brandishing his swords multiple times. The assassin receiving Xiaofang's attacks was greatly frightened. Immediately, the assassin used silent steps, hoping to take advantage of the short period of invulnerability the skill provided to defend against all these sword flashes. By doing so, he could also gain some precious time to allow his companions to come to his rescue. Otherwise, only death awaited him. The assassin's decision to use silent steps had undeniably given his 5 other companions plenty of time to react. After regaining their composure, the 5 assassins immediately dashed at Xiaofan, forcing him into a momentary retreat. "We can't let this continue. We can't hold back any longer. All of you, use the berserk potion," Grey Squirrel commanded. The other 5 looked at one another and nodded silently. At the same time, they all took out blood-red potions. This potion was none other than the extremely precious berserk potion. Originally, this potion was a last resort. They never thought that they would have to use it so quickly. Chapter 359, Breaking Through the Limit. First, they used the 6-star Extermination magic array. Now, there are even berserk potions. Red Feather really is wealthy. Xiaofan immediately recognized the blood-red potions in the 6 assassins' hands. At this stage of the game, there were no players capable of producing a berserk potion. Moreover, the recipe was not easily obtainable. The only way to obtain these potions was through killing the bosses of a team dungeon. However, the drop rate was very low. Statistically, it was only 0.2%. In other words, one could only obtain 2 bottles after killing 1,000 team dungeon bosses. Hence, without sufficient strength, it was impossible for a guild to obtain 6 berserk potions. When consumed, the berserk potion would stimulate a player's physical potential, increasing their strength and agility. The player's physique would also exceed its limits, allowing the player to carry out actions that they normally couldn't do. To put it simply, the berserk potion was a very overbearing potion. Black Flame, we admit that you are impressive. However, playtime is over. After the assassin named Grey Squirrel drank the berserk potion, his skin began to turn red. The blood vessels all over his body bulged, and his body started emitting waves of heat. His aura had also completely changed. The moment Grey Squirrel finished speaking, his body flickered, and the ground under his feet cracked. Leaving behind an afterimage, Grey Squirrel instantly appeared behind Xiaofan. His bright snowy dagger transformed into a white flash that flew towards Xiaofan's back, his speed reaching far beyond that of his previous attacks. Startled, Xiaofan hurriedly spun and used the abyssal blade to meet Grey Squirrel's dagger. Pung! Sparks flew in all directions as metal clashed. The collision forced Xiaofan back by half a step. Grey Squirrel, on the other hand, was forced to take a full step backward. In terms of strength, Xiaofan was still obviously superior. However, this single exchange forced Xiaofan to take things seriously. From this single exchange, Xiaofan could feel that the assassin's attributes were not far below his own. Facing Grey Squirrel and his team, Xiaofang's small advantage of attributes was almost non-existent without the use of his skills. Even in a one-on-one battle, it would be very difficult to achieve victory, let alone a 1-on-6 battle. Compared to Xiaofang's astonishment, Grey Squirrel and the others were even more shocked by their brief confrontation. After drinking the berserk potion, they understood just how amazing the potion's effects were. Yet, even with the effects of the berserk potion, their attributes were still inferior to Xiaofang's. Xiaofang's strength completely surpassed their imaginations. This revelation was astonishing. Just how excellent is Black Flame's equipment? Grey Squirrel kept focused on Xiaofan, his expression becoming serious. He then said to his 5 companions, "We'll attack him together." The other 5 nodded. If they only relied on Grey Squirrel to deal with Xiaofan, the final victor of the battle would most likely be Xiaofan. Seeing all 6 opponents approaching simultaneously, Xiaofan dared not underestimate them. Xiaofan took out a basic frost grenade from his bag, tossing it at the assassins. Although he could not use skills, there was no restriction on the items inside his bag. Compared to absolute time of the 7 luminaries ring, the 6-star extermination magic array was inferior. When the frost grenade exploded, the 6 assassins charging at Xiaofan failed to react in time and froze on the spot. The 6 of them knew the dangers of being restrained. Hence, they all used Vanish to dispel the freezing effect. Originally, they had intended to continue their charge. However, the 6 of them suddenly saw Xiaofan remove an extremely familiar item from his bag. Berserk Potion. How do you have one as well? Gray Squirrel's eyes widened, intense fear appearing on his face. What? Your Star Alliance can obtain this item, but our Zero Wing can't. Don't forget that I am also the leader of a guild. There should be a limit to how much you look down on us. Xiaofan revealed a faint smile as he held the blood-red berserk potion before emptying the contents of the bottle. In the next moment, Xiaofang's skill turned blood-red. His entire body shone with a faint blue shimmer as well. Following which, his body emitted a violent heatwave, and even the 6 assassins, who were over 7 yards away, felt it. The effects displayed after Xiaofan drank the berserk potion were far stronger than theirs. Clearly, the increase Xiaofan received was much greater than theirs. The berserk potion would display strength corresponding to the potential of the consumer's existing physique. Xiaofan was superior to the 6 assassins in every aspect. Hence, after drinking the berserk potion, the resulting upgrade was far more impressive. Let's start the second round, shall we? Xiaofan cracked his knuckles. He could feel his entire body brimming with strength. Despite the fact that he stood still, cracks already began to form beneath his feet. His strength now far surpassed the strength he possessed after activating purgatory power. He then smiled at the 6 terrified assassins. The assassins stared at Xiaofan as if he were the demon god, and they couldn't help but gulp. Taking a step forward, Xiaofan suddenly disappeared. Before the 6 could react, Xiaofan appeared before Gray Squirrel. The silvery gray abyssal blade descended. Gray Squirrel tried to raise his daggers to block the attack. However, he suddenly discovered that his speed could not keep up with Xiaofan. As he had already used his life-saving skill, Vanish, Gray Squirrel could only stare helplessly as the abyssal blade cleaved down into his body. A damage of -2,641 points appeared above his head, decimating his HP that was barely over 2,000. Moreover, the strike had not been a critical hit. The other 5 broke down at this sight. The speed of that strike was far too fast. Today, they had finally witnessed what the words, "In the world of martial arts, there are no impregnable defenses, only swiftness is invincible," meant. Before Xiaofan drank the berserk potion, they could cope with his speed and strength. After he drank the potion, however, they had no chance. If they had known, they would never have chosen to drink the berserk potions. However, it was already too late. Meanwhile, while Xiaofan fought inside the 6-star Extermination magic array, the various guilds outside the teleportation hall also recomposed themselves. Once more, they charged into the building. The moment they entered the building, however, they noticed a giant magic barrier of purple flame blocking the corridor, preventing them from advancing. The various guilds grew anxious, having no idea what was happening. Red Feather, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face when he saw this purple flame barrier. The appearance of this barrier meant that Gray Squirrel and his group had succeeded. Xiaofan, who was trapped within the barrier, would definitely die. As soon as the barrier lifted, the drops Xiaofan had looted, as well as the equipment he wore, would belong to the Star Alliance. A moment later, the purple flame barrier began to vanish, holding everyone's attention. Good. The next thing we need to do is to get Gray Squirrel and the others out of here. Red Feather felt ecstatic in his heart. Although they had wasted the 6-star Extermination magic array, close to half of the Mechanical Slayer's loot belonged to them now. Compared to such a gain, the loss of a barrier crystal was insignificant. After the purple flames completely dissipated, a figure appeared before the crowd. Red Feather's ecstatic mood instantly fell into an abyss. Following which, his face turned pale as he glared hatefully at the lone figure that had appeared. Gnashing his teeth, Red Feather bellowed, "Black Flame." Red Feather could not believe that Xiaofan had actually defeated 6 expert assassins. Moreover, Xiaofan had done so without the use of his skills. As a precaution, Red Feather had even given each of the 6 assassins a berserk potion. Yet, the result was still a resounding defeat. Crap. Zero Wing has activated the teleportation array. Black Flame is going to escape, a player shouted, reacting quickly. However, by the time everyone heard this reminder, it was too late. Xiaofang's body flickered, easily throwing off the crowd as he drilled his way to the teleportation array. Aqua Rose promptly clicked, "Teleport." In the next moment, the members of Zero Wing disappeared from the teleportation hall, leaving behind a crowd of stupefied guild players, as well as Red Feather, whose heart bled in pain. Not only had Red Feather lost the 6-star Extermination magic array and the berserk potions, but he was also required to compensate the losses of the various guilds present. Meanwhile, he had gained absolutely nothing. As for pursuing Xiaofan and the others from Zero Wing, that was impossible. Ignoring the fact that he had no idea where they had teleported to, even if he knew, it was impossible to kill them while inside the city's safe zone without overwhelming force. As of this moment, the war inside White River City had finally reached its end. In this war, aside from Zero Wing obtaining the most astonishing harvest, the Assassins' Alliance, Emperor's Light, and Ouroboros had also gained a small harvest. These 3 guilds had immediately fled the battlefield the moment they claimed some of the drops. They made no attempts to snatch the drops from Xiaofan like how the other guilds had. As for the other guilds, every single one of them had suffered immense losses. As for the members of Zero Wing that had escaped, after the restriction on the dropped items lifted, Xiaofan allowed everyone to get some well-deserved rest. After all, long battles were very taxing on one's spirit. Meanwhile, Xiaofan also rented a room at a hotel and promptly logged off. During this war in White River City, many spectating players had recorded videos of the battles and uploaded them to the official forums. The videos caused a huge sensation throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. It was especially true when everyone watched Black Flame's battle. He only required 1 strike per person, 100 strikes to bring about annihilation. Moreover, with his strength alone, he had managed to shake an army of tens of thousands. Everyone watching the video trembled with excitement. Suddenly, every player throughout the Star Moon Kingdom knew the name Black Flame. Say, do you guys think that Black Flame will make it onto the Secret Pavilion's experts list this time? What are you talking about? Of course, he will. If he doesn't make it, then the Secret Pavilion is blind. I'm just wondering what rank Black Flame will get. Won't we know once the Secret Pavilion publishes the new experts list tomorrow? After the war in White River City ended, the Star Moon Kingdom official forums exploded with activity. Many people discussed Black Flame and the Secret Pavilion's experts list. Meanwhile, Xiaofan simply chuckled as he read through these forum discussions. After drinking a bottle of nutrient fluids, he began his physical training. The Secret Pavilion was indeed a well-known existence in the virtual gaming world. Countless players dreamed of ranking on the Secret Pavilion's experts list. In the past, Xiaofan had dreamed of the same thing. However, there were simply too many players in God's domain. Star Moon Kingdom was only one of the hundreds of countries within God's domain. If the positions on the experts list were averagely allocated, each kingdom and empire in God's domain would only receive several spots. In other words, among the hundreds of millions of players residing in Star Moon Kingdom, only a few would have the privilege of ranking on the Secret Pavilion's experts list. However, through the experts list, Xiaofan had also discovered information relating to the experts of God's domain. For example, he had learned of the cleric god Violet Cloud, the mage god Aqua Rose, and many other god-ranked experts. What's going on today? Why have I suddenly become stronger? Xiaofan, who was currently working out in his room, felt something amiss. In the past, after completing a set of exercises, he would lay paralyzed on the floor for quite some time. Today, however, he could stand and move with ease. He could feel that his body was still far from reaching its limit. Normally, physical improvement occurred gradually. It was impossible to significantly improve within a short time. Yet, such a situation had actually occurred. So, how could Xiaofan not be surprised? It seems that I'll have to head to the Big Dipper training center to take a test. Unable to figure out the reason for his sudden improvement, Xiaofan had no choice but to have himself examined. He might even learn some secrets to improving his physical fitness. Chapter 360, Deviated Path. When Xiaofan thought of his sudden change, he lost his enthusiasm to train. He then threw on a blue tracksuit and left his new apartment. He hailed for a cab and headed towards the Big Dipper Training Center. As the most famous training center in the city, the Big Dipper Training Center was located in the center of Jinhai. The training center was about the size of 3 stadiums. The training facilities were all top class within the country. Moreover, they also employed many top-class doctors and dietitians, as well as first-rate instructors. After arriving at the Big Dipper Training Center, Xiaofan immediately noticed multiple large luxurious buses parked in front of the building. Handsome young men and beautiful young women alighted from the buses, one after another. They were all high school students, and at this moment, they all had excited expressions plastered on their faces. These high school students then orderly entered the building under the lead of a Big Dipper receptionist. Is Big Dipper holding a tour for students? Xiaofan was slightly surprised. It was the first time he had seen such an occurrence. Even in the past, he had never heard of Big Dipper allowing students to tour its facilities. Ordinary people could not gain easy access to the Big Dipper Training Center. Only members were allowed entry into the building. If one were not a member, they were not even allowed through the entrance of the training center itself. Meanwhile, becoming a member of Big Dipper was no easy task. Without having a certain status in society or obtaining a referral from someone influential, it was impossible to become a member. If Zhou Yuhu had not entered the top 10 in Jinhai University's fighting competition, he would not have obtained a Big Dipper membership card. Now that hundreds of high school students suddenly entered the training center, no matter how one looked at it, something must have changed. However, this was no concern to Xiaofan. He had only come here for a physical checkup. Fortunately, the Big Dipper Training Center possessed inspection equipment and other facilities that even the hospitals envied. Following which, Xiaofan had also followed the crowd into the building. "Excuse me, sir, only members can enter," a robust security guard said as he blocked Xiaofan's path. "Here is my membership card." Xiaofan swiped his Big Dipper member card at the electronic lock. The red display on the machine promptly changed to green, signifying that Xiaofan was allowed to pass. The tempered glass doors then parted. Seeing that there were no problems, the bodyguard promptly turned and left. The 15th floor of the Big Dipper Training Center contained equipment for testing punching power, grip strength, speed, reaction, and much more. At this moment, many people crowded around the equipment. Shortly after arriving on the 15th floor, Xiaofan discovered a familiar figure currently testing her reaction time. Why is she here? Xiaofan was very surprised. It was none other than his female class monitor, Zhao Ruoshi. At this moment, Zhao Ruoshi had her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She wore a black sports vest and a pair of tight capris. Zhao Ruoshi's perfect figure, which she normally hid, was vividly displayed at this moment, and she looked completely different from when she was at school. The reaction machine would fire varying amounts of special rubber bullets at the examinee. One could test their reaction time by dodging these special rubber bullets. Faced with the flying bullets, Zhao Ruoxi danced like an elegant butterfly and effortlessly dodged the rubber bullets, one after another. Many of the men present were mesmerized by her fluid movements, and they only wished they could approach and strike up a conversation with her. However, this wasn't unusual. Zhao Ruoxi was already an alluring beauty. In addition to her elegant and noble demeanor, ordinary girls were simply no match for her. When the test ended, and Zhao Ruoxi exited the reaction testing room, many were startled. The result displayed on the testing machine was actually intermediate perfection. Who is this beauty? She can't possibly be a professional fighter, right? Many people inside the hall started a discussion among themselves. At this moment, even the handsome men who had intended to talk to Zhao Ruoxi hesitated. As frequent customers of the Big Dipper Training Center, they had an acute understanding of that result's significance. The reaction test was categorized into 4 ranks: basic, intermediate, advanced, and special. Meanwhile, every rank had the subcategories of unqualified, qualified, excellent, and perfection. In the city, even professional fighters could only obtain intermediate qualified on the reaction test, while only well-known fighters could achieve intermediate perfection. Huh? Xiaofan, why are you here? Zhao Ruoxi immediately discovered Xiaofan a short distance away and walked over to him quickly. I just came here to test myself. What about you? Why are you here? If the others in the class to find out about this, they will be shocked to think that the normally gentle and elegant class monitor actually has such a side to her, Xiaofan said, a grin plastered across his face. When Zhao Ruoxi realized that Xiaofan has watched as she tested, not knowing why, her cheeks burned slightly and a small shred of happiness filled her heart. Immediately after, she waved her little fist at Xiaofan, softly saying, "You are not allowed to tell anybody about this. If you do, I'll get very angry, and you'll have to suffer dire consequences. Class monitor, since you have ordered it, I will naturally keep my lips sealed." Xiaofan laughed, failing to detect the minor changes to Zhao Ruoxi's expression. He only felt that Zhao Ruoxi was far more approachable than he previously thought. That's more like it. At least you have some conscience left in you, Zhao Ruoxi nodded with satisfaction. The testing machines here are somewhat complicated to operate. Seeing as this is your first time coming to this place, as your reward for helping me keep my secret, I'll introduce to you how the machines work. Originally, Xiaofan had intended to tell her that he already knew how to operate these machines. After all, he had frequently visited the Big Dipper Training Center after becoming the guild leader of Shadow in his previous life. However, to avoid suspicion, Xiaofan had no choice but to nod in agreement. Following which, Zhao Ruoxi led Xiaofan, touring the facility and introducing to him the various testing machines. Many of the men in the hall looked at each other in confusion, their hearts filled with envy and hatred for Xiaofan. They could not understand why a frail and ordinary-looking person like Xiaofan deserved such treatment from a great beauty like Zhao Ruoxi. At this moment, they wanted to pull Zhao Ruoxi over, telling her to ditch Xiaofan and let them escort her instead. However, despite having sensed the jealous stares directed toward Xiaofan, Zhao Ruoxi still gladly pulled him along, introducing to him the various testing apparatuses. Just as Zhao Ruoxi was about to teach Xiaofan how he could operate these testing machines, a few Big Dipper staff members suddenly led a large group of high schoolers into the hall. This floor is Big Dipper's testing hall. All of you are the elites that Big Dipper has selected. In a moment, all of you will be tested here, and we will record your results to help determine what kind of privileges you will have in the future. So, all of you must give it your best when testing, one of the staff members leading these high schoolers explained slowly. The high schoolers started rubbing their fists and palms together in excitement and they heard the staff member's explanation. Many of them wished they could break Big Dipper's previous records. Big Dipper actually chose these high school students as elites? What is happening, exactly? Xiaofan had overheard the staff member's words. Watching this situation, it would seem that the Big Dipper Training Center intended to cultivate their own group of elite fighters. However, Xiaofan simply could not understand why. After all, Big Dipper was only a training center. Why would they suddenly wish to cultivate their own fighters? In the past, Xiaofan had never heard of such a thing. In this life, however, it was happening before his eyes. Xiaofan had a bad feeling about this. History was already gradually deviating from the path he recognized. Chapter 361, Test. Big Dipper certainly acted quickly. It's only been a few days now, and they've already recruited so many students. Zhao Ruoxi was not surprised by the sudden arrival of the hundreds of students. She then looked at Xiaofan, who had stared at those students curiously all this time, explaining, "These students are the elites that Big Dipper selected from the youths who will represent the city in the upcoming provincial youth fighting competition. They were brought here mainly to gain glory for our city in the upcoming provincial competition. To help them rank higher in the competition, Big Dipper had allowed these students to train here. After all, the environment and facilities here are valuable and would help these students improve." A realization struck Xiaofan after hearing Zhao Ruoxi's explanation. Indeed, it was just about time for the provincial youth fighting competition to begin. Only, he had never expected Big Dipper to be so generous. In reality, Big Dipper doesn't really have a choice in this. The sudden appearance of God's domain has made a tremendous impact on various industries and professions. It is especially true for the fighting industry. Many people who have focused on fighting competitions have shifted their sights towards God's domain, causing a downturn in the fighting industry. The number of people willing to exercise at Big Dipper has decreased. In order to recover from this decline, Big Dipper has no choice but to do something like this in the hopes of recovering the fighting competition's popularity, Zhao Ruoxi explained. There are fewer people working out? Xiaofan suddenly thought of a good method to increase the strength of the Zero Wing members. In the past, due to many players shifting their focus towards God's domain, the fitness industry had indeed declined for a certain period of time. Simply put, this decline had not happened as quickly in the past, only starting 3 to 4 months after God's domain launched. However, as more people became aware of the secret of God's domain, physical training became popular again, even bypassing the previous peak in popularity. Business boomed for the fitness industry. At that time, many large guilds would partner with training centers and gyms to allow the elite members of their guilds to train and improve themselves at any time, which would, in turn, allow these elites to improve more quickly in God's domain. Many first-rate guilds had even chosen to establish their own large-scale training centers specifically for their elite members. Zero Wing was still a small guild at the moment. However, as the guild continued to grow, sooner or later, a physical fitness center would be required. Although Zero Wing's workshop was only a short distance away from the Big Dipper Training Center, it was not a long-term solution. Now that the fitness industry was going through a slump, it was the perfect time for him to take action. Considering the situation, Xiaofan did not dislike the idea of working with Big Dipper. If he established his own training center, he would need to spend an astronomical sum of money. He certainly did not possess that kind of money at the moment. By partnering with Big Dipper, not only could he encourage his guild members to train ahead of everyone else, but he could also obtain the best training environment at a significantly lower cost. While Xiaofan pondered about how he could gain Big Dipper's cooperation, a few more people had arrived at the testing hall. As soon as these people arrived, the staff members rushed to greet these newcomers, displaying respect. "Manager Xiao, the students chosen are all here. Following your instructions, we have already begun testing," one of the Big Dipper staff members said respectfully as he looked at a middle-aged man wearing black robes. "Good. Have them continue. I've simply come to observe their conditions. This year's provincial youth fighting competition will affect Big Dipper's future development, so we must not be careless," the man surnamed Xiao instructed. Yes. The staff members promptly retreated and led the students to their tests. Due to the arrival of this manager Xiao, the students' fighting spirits soared. They were all eager to perform well and attract more of Manager Zhao's attention. That way, they could receive even more training resources in the future. As the tests began, many Big Dipper members who had also come to test stopped what they were doing, quietly observing the students' test instead. After all, they would not have an opportunity like this often. Most of the visitors of this testing hall were usually ordinary folk who only trained casually. Meanwhile, although these youths were only students, they possessed the ability to participate in the provincial youth fighting competition. They should be more powerful than the average person. Even Zhao Ruoxi seemed excited, and she demanded to go over and have a look as well. Helpless, Xiaofan had no choice but follow her. The first test the students went through was the punching power test. An ordinary person's punch usually carried around 100 to 150 kilograms. Meanwhile, every one of these students managed to achieve a result of over 200 kilograms. Among them, a student named Wang Cheng had even achieved a force of 356 kilograms. He was at least twice as strong as an ordinary person. Many of the spectators gasped in shock when they saw Wang Cheng's result. Even Manager Zhao's eyes glowed with delight, and he praised Wang Cheng as a talented youth. The punching power standard of the professional fighters in Jinhai City was only 320 kilograms. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng, a high school student, had effortlessly surpassed that standard. Wang Cheng obviously had a promising future ahead of him. After all, Wang Cheng was still a kid, he still had growth potential. He would have no issues achieving a force of 400 kilograms in the future. Having a force of 400 kilograms meant that he could reach the standard of the well-known fighters in Jinhai City. These students are amazing. That Wang Cheng, in particular, has already surpassed Zhou Yuhu. Xiaofan, as our class's great hidden expert, do you think Wang Cheng can enter the top 10 of the provincial youth fighting competition this year? Zhao Ruoxi asked as she shifted her gaze towards Xiaofan curiously. She had personally witnessed Xiaofang's strength. Even Chen Wu, the reigning champion of Jinhai City's fighting competition, had praised Xiaofang's power. Moreover, Xiaofan had even defeated Zhang Luowei, someone reputed as a fighting genius. Hence, she knew that her judgment was definitely incomparable to Xiaofang's. It's not that easy to tell. Victory and defeat aren't solely decided by a person's punching force, Xiaofan laughed bitterly as he shook his head. He was not a god, so how could he make a judgment based solely on a person's punching power? Zhao Ruoxi nodded, feeling that Xiaofan had a point. Following the punching power test was the reaction test. Of the hundreds of students, they all achieved a result of basic perfection or above. Among them, there were a few who achieved intermediate excellent. A student named Wuchuan even achieved intermediate perfection, shocking everyone. Although the tests had yet to end, Wang Cheng and Wuchuan had immediately captured the crowd's attention. Manager Xiao treated them both like treasures, doubling their training resources on the spot. Many students had cast envious gazes at the two. After the tests ended, Manager Xiao of Big Dipper had originally intended to take both Wang Cheng and Wuchuan to meet the best instructor in Jinhai City, someone whom the Big Dipper Training Center had gone through a lot of trouble to invite. However, after he noticed Zhao Ruoxi among the spectators, he halted his steps. Ruoxi. You little girl. Why didn't you tell Uncle Xiao that you were visiting Big Dipper? Manager Xiao said as he walked over to Zhao Ruoxi. I was afraid that Uncle Xiao would be busy, Zhao Ruoxi giggled sweetly. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng and Wuchuan who stood behind Manager Xiao were immediately stupefied when their eyes fell upon Zhao Ruoxi's sweet and beautiful smile. If not for Manager Xiao's presence, they might have dashed forward and promptly introduced themselves to this great beauty. At this moment, Manager Xiao discovered Xiaofan, who currently prepared to take his own test, standing beside Zhao Ruoxi, and he could not help but ask, "Ruashi, this person beside you is?" "This is my classmate, Xiaofan," Zhao Ruashi introduced. "He has come here today to test himself and check on his own physical condition." "Uncle Xiao, haven't you wanted to nurture those students to participate in the provincial youth fighting competition? I have a great way to help them obtain a good rank," Zhao Ruashi said, giggling. "Really?" Manager Zhao's eyes suddenly glowed. The provincial competition was incredibly important to the Big Dipper training center. Zhao Ruashi would have really helped him big time if she had a way to help the students to get a good rank in the competition. "Of course," Zhao Ruashi said with confidence. "What kind of method is it?" Manager Xiao asked concernedly. Seeing Zhao Ruashi's serious expression, Manager Xiao did not think she was lying. Zhao Ruashi then pointed towards Xiaofan. With a slightly prideful tone, "It's him." "Him?" Manager Xiao shifted his gaze to Xiaofang's body, unable to discover anything special about him. Zhao Ruashi nodded, explaining, "He is our class's great expert. With him teaching those students, they will definitely succeed." Hearing this, before Manager Xiao could speak, Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan started laughing. They were the elite seedlings chosen by the Big Dipper Training Center after undergoing a rigorous selection process. Let alone an ordinary university student, even some professional fighters had no right to instruct them. How powerful could the great expert of a class of university students possibly be? They could probably knock Xiaofan out with a single punch. Chapter 362, Rank. Although Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan had not voiced their opinions, their expressions exposed the disdain they felt. If Manager Xiao had not been present, they might have even taught Xiaofan a lesson, teaching him what it meant to be wet behind the ears. As to why the two would not dare take action in front of Manager Xiao, it was not because of Manager Zhao's position in the Big Dipper Training Center. Rather, they feared Manager Zhao's personal strength. Because Manager Zhao's strength frightened Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, they would not make any casual remarks in front of him. Why else would geniuses like them remain silent at such a ridiculous statement? Manager Zhao's full name was Xiao Yan, and he was well known in Jinhai City. He had also been a professional fighter during his youth. However, after winning a championship, he retired as a professional fighter. He then joined the Big Dipper Training Center and developed himself there. Even though Xiao Yan was over 40 now, he would frequently spar with some of the top fighters in the city, thoroughly defeating them. "Uncle Xiao, why do you look so surprised?" Zhao Ruashi's lips curled up slightly when she saw Manager Yan's face. "Since you don't believe me, why don't we place a bet?" Zhao Ruashi's mesmerizing smile left Manager Yan greatly confused. He could not figure out what the little girl before him was trying to accomplish. However, since Zhao Ruashi wished to play, he certainly wouldn't mind humoring her for a while. When all was said and done, her father was a good brother of his, and he had pampered her like a little princess since she was a child. "It seems that you have a lot of confidence in your classmate, Xiaofan, Ruashi. In any case, since you've already made the offer, I'm guessing that you won't let your uncle say no. What do you wish to bet, then? However, I'll tell you this in advance. Your Uncle Xiao cannot get you the secret pavilion's information viewing rights." Manager Xiao laughed, having already prepared to lose. Hearing the words, "secret pavilion," both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan behind Manager Xiao were shocked. What was the secret pavilion? Anyone who played virtual reality games definitely knew about the secret pavilion. The secret pavilion was the creator of the experts list that recorded all the excellent individuals throughout the world. The secret pavilion's information gathering was unmatched throughout virtual gaming world. It had also been titled as omniscient. In the virtual gaming world, it was an exalted existence. Other than the experts list, one could also search for various information relating to the virtual gaming world through the secret pavilion's official website. However, depending on the type of information, the price varied. If one had a strong relationship with the secret pavilion, they could obtain different levels of information viewing rights. To those who played virtual reality games, that kind of access was a dream. Even Xiaofan, who taken aback by Manager Zhao's words. He had not thought that the Big Dipper Training Center would have a relationship with the secret pavilion. I know. I never said I wanted to bet the viewing rights anyway. Although Zhao Ruoshi made that claim, inwardly, she was somewhat disappointed. She then smiled and said, "Let's bet 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. I know that you have recently received some." Manager Xiao laughed bitterly when he heard her offer. "Little girl, you are always thinking about taking what little family fortune I have left. I've only managed to obtain these few bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids after much difficulty, and I had planned to reward them to the most excellent students." When Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan heard these words, their hearts began to pound with excitement. They had even thought that they had heard wrong for a second there. Even C-rank nutrient fluids were considered a luxury, let alone S-rank nutrient fluids. S-rank nutrient fluids could not be purchased even if one had the money for it. When consumed, S-rank nutrient fluids provided notable physical recovery and enhancements. It even played a role in delaying the body's aging process and was known as the water of life. Moreover, even if one found the opportunity to purchase these S-rank nutrient fluids, each bottle cost 1 million credits. Ordinary people could not afford it even if they bankrupted themselves. Only a wealthy organization like Big Dipper could willingly award such an item. If Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan could each obtain a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids before the provincial youth fighting competition, they would have more confidence in succeeding in the competition. "Uncle Xiao, you aren't going back on your word, right? If so, I'm going to tell Big Sis Bingyu that you're bullying me," Zhao Ruoshi giggled. "Ha! You're the one who bullies your Uncle Xiao. Since I've already agreed to your bet, I won't go back on my word." "Say it, then. What are the terms?" Manager Xiao agreed without hesitation upon hearing the name Bingyu, his actions stupefying both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan. After giving it some thought, Zhao Ruoshi shifted her gaze towards Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan. She then smiled faintly as she pointed towards the two, saying, "The two of them, then. What do you want the two of them to do? Don't tell me you want them to fight your classmate. Ruoshi, you should consider this carefully." Although Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan are not professional fighters, an ordinary university student is no match for them, Manager Xiao kindly explained. Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan both proudly raised their heads upon hearing Manager Zhao's words, expressing their agreement. After all, they were the most excellent candidates selected by Big Dipper. Of course not. It would be too unfair to them if we let them fight Xiaofan, Zhao Ruoshi said righteously. For a second there, even Manager Xiao almost believed her. "So, let's compete using the punching power test and reaction test results. That way, they can't complain when they lose." Zhao Ruoshi's words left both high schoolers utterly speechless. The two of them promptly shot a glare at Xiaofan, provocation filling their eyes as if saying, "A brat like you thinks you're fit to compete with us? You'll pay for this." "Ha! Little girl, what goes through your mind all day long? You better not blame me when you lose," Manager Xiao sighed. He then looked at Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, asking, "What do you think? If you two lose, your S-rank nutrient fluid rewards will be gone. If you win, I will double the rewards. We don't have any problems. However, we wish to retake the test and use the new results. Will that be fine?" Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan had long since discussed the bet among themselves. Hence, they quickly put forward their request. This surprised many of the silently spectating crowd. They could not understand why the two students would request for a retest. After all, their previous test results were the best out of 3 tries. If they retook the test, they might not get better numbers. Only Manager Xiao understood the two students' intentions. Nodding his head, he said with a smile, "Okay. I knew you two little brats were holding back just now." The realization struck the spectators upon hearing Manager Zhao's words. They managed to get such high test results even while holding back. Are those two really high school students? Those two are simply too frightening. Many among the crowd expressed their shocks at this revelation. However, Xiaofan was not the slightest bit surprised at this news. Only, he was very surprised by Zhao Ruoxi's actions. He could not figure out just what she was trying to do. "I've earned you the chance to obtain 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. The rest is up to you now. Also, I prohibit you from losing." Zhao Ruoxi walked up to Xiaofan and smiled, not giving him a chance to say no. After Zhao Ruoxi issued her command, Xiaofan finally realized what she wanted to accomplish. It turned out that she had played this little game just to gain him 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids. Before Xiaofan could utter a word of gratitude, Zhao Ruoxi, with slightly red cheeks, cut him off, saying, "Don't think too much about it. Aren't we friends? I know that you've been secretly and desperately training to improve physically. Since we're friends, it is only natural that we help each other out. As for thanks, it isn't necessary. If you really wish to thank me, then come to my birthday party next month. Even if you're a busy man, you must come. You're also not allowed to be late, alright?" Xiaofang's heart warmed when he heard Zhao Ruoxi speaking. Although he had many things he wished to say, after racking his mind on what he should say, a simple sentence left his lips: "I'll be there." However, when Manager Xiao heard Zhao Ruoxi's demand, his originally friendly smile suddenly froze. He then shifted a stiff gaze towards Xiaofan, looking at the youth with disbelieving eyes. Just what sort of demonic power does this brat have? Manager Xiao could not help but pay more attention to Xiaofan. There must be a reason why the little swindling girl had such an optimistic opinion of him. Following which, Xiaofan, Wang Cheng, and Wu Chuan walked towards the punching power testing apparatus to begin their examination. Chapter 363, Breaking the Record. Is this really happening? They're going to compete with each other? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan are the most excellent among these students. Their results were so impressive despite their age. Calling them geniuses wouldn't be an exaggeration. That guy called Xiaofan is only going to humiliate himself. You don't know? Xiaofan didn't request this competition himself. Instead, it is the great beauty standing beside him who claimed that Xiaofan could defeat Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan in a fight easily. For fairness' sake, they chose to compete using the test results. That beauty is blinded by love. Does she really believe whatever that Xiaofan says? What do you even know about it? This is called having skill. However, that Xiaofan is going to suffer for his bragging. Soon, the tests will reveal his true colors. The testing hall had originally been very lively. Now, because of the competition between Xiaofan and the two students, everyone immediately crowded around the trio. The spectators present had already witnessed Wang Cheng's and Wu Chuan's strengths, though none of them had ever seen Xiaofan before. However, nobody among the crowd felt optimistic about Xiaofang's chances. Xiaofan possessed neither a strong and sturdy frame, nor a giant muscular body. Xiaofang's appearance was simply too ordinary. Xiaofan was overestimating himself by challenging Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan's punching force and reaction time. Let's start with the punching test first. Each one of you will have 3 tries. Wu Chuan, you'll go first, Manager Xiao said from beside the testing apparatus. Although Wu Chuan's test results before had not been as eye-catching as Wang Cheng's, his strength was still over 320 kilograms. He was already at the standard of a professional fighter. Wu Chuan nodded before stepping up to the testing apparatus. Holding up and clenching his fists, his arms abruptly burst with strength as he sent 3 accurate strikes towards the leather target. Pung! 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 3 deep, muffled noises resounded simultaneously. Wu Chuan was satisfied with his punches. He then turned and walked away from the testing apparatus, smirking arrogantly at Xiaofan. The numbers displayed on the testing apparatus continuously changed before finally displaying 3 scores. 341 kilograms, 346 kilograms, 342 kilograms. The crowd suddenly went into an uproar when these 3 scores appeared. Wu Chuan's results were close to Wang Cheng's previous results. Regarding pure strength, Wu Chuan definitely ranked second within the elites Big Dipper had recruited. Manager Xiao was elated when he saw these numbers. His heart was already set on placing more emphasis on Wu Chuan's training in the future. After all, Wu Chuan was far more superior than Wang Cheng in reaction time and speed. Overall, Wu Chuan was more powerful than Wang Cheng. Next, Wang Cheng. Manager Xiao shouted. Wang Cheng walked up to the testing apparatus and took up his stance. Immediately, his muscles bulged, and the blood vessels across his arms also appeared. Wang Cheng sent 3 quick punches towards the leather target. Pung! 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 The punching power testing apparatus suddenly released 3 crisp sounds, and even the machine itself trembled slightly. Meanwhile, the score the machine displayed broke through the 300 kilograms threshold and continued to rise. Within a moment, it shot the 360 kilograms threshold. Wang Cheng had surpassed even his previous highest record. Finally, the punching power testing apparatus displayed the final results. 385 kilograms, 391 kilograms, 388 kilograms. 3 scores. And each one surpassed Wang Cheng's previous record. Impressive. I didn't realize how much you had held back. Manager Xiao laughed upon seeing the scores. His fondness of Wang Cheng grew the more he looked at the young man. The standard of a top fighter in Jinhai City was 400 kilograms. Meanwhile, Wang Cheng was only a thread away from reaching that standard. Based on the youth's potential, after Big Dipper nurtured him, he should have no problems entering the top 10 in the provincial youth fighting competition. Zhao Ruoshi's confidence wavered when she saw the results. Wang Cheng's punching force had surpassed even Zhang Luowei's. Although there was only a difference of around 30 kilograms between Wang Cheng's previous record and his current scores, it was exceedingly difficult to increase one's force by even 1 kilogram after passing the 350 kilograms threshold. Many years of effort were required to increase one's force by 30 kilograms. It was impossible to achieve such a feat in a short amount of time. Although Xiaofan had defeated Zhang Luowei, Zhao Ruoshi guessed that the two of them were almost equal in terms of strength. Only, Xiaofang's combat techniques and experience far surpassed Zhang Luowei's. Thus, he had effortlessly defeated the renowned fighting genius. If she had known that Wang Cheng had held back so much of his strength, she would never have chosen to compete using the test results. Next, Xiaofan. Although Manager Xiao did not know why Zhao Ruoshi had such a favorable opinion of Xiaofan, he knew that it was impossible for Xiaofan to surpass Wang Cheng's record of 391 kilograms. Xiaofan walked up to the testing apparatus, smiling bitterly at the displayed 391 kilograms. Inwardly, Xiaofan thought, he is just a high school student, yet, even before undergoing systematic training, he is already so strong. This should be the so-called genius. Originally, Xiaofan had simply come to the Big Dipper training center intending on checking his progress. Yet, he had somehow gotten caught up in this farce. If he did not give it his all, he might really become a laughingstock. Although he did not mind being laughed at, the spectators behind him would ridicule Zhao Ruoshi for trusting the wrong person, and that was something he absolutely would not permit. I wonder how much I've improved. Xiaofan then began to warm up, preparing a full-powered punch. The last time he tested himself, he only obtained 256 kilograms, placing him above the standard of ordinary people. Though he had improved since then, it was impossible for him to have improved overmuch. He would be impressed if he could achieve 290 kilograms. Damn, can you be any slower? Isn't it just a punch? Is all this build-up necessary? I think he's frightened. He is just trying to stall for time. In a moment, he might even say that he feels ill. Watching Xiaofan take his time warming up, many in the crowd began to grow impatient and taunt him. Xiaofan paid no attention to the noisy crowd behind him and continued with his warm-up. That should be enough. After feeling his entire body loosen up, he clenched his fist and sent a quick punch at the target. Pung! The testing apparatus displayed a score of 302 kilograms. The heck? Here I thought he would be amazing, but he only managed to hit 302 kilograms. Many among the crowd laughed and they saw Xiaofang's first result. In the next moment, however, Xiaofan abruptly took half a step forward, firing a punch once more. This time, the crowd could faintly hear the joints all over Xiaofang's body crack. Pa! 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 A series of 8 pops resounded. In addition to the sounds, some of the spectators with sharp eyesight noticed that, while Xiaofan launched his second punch, the hairs all over his body had stood on end. Following which, Xiaofang's punch landed on the target. Boom! This time, instead of a normal punch, Xiaofan had used the 1-inch punch. This move concentrated the power of his entire body into a single burst. It was an advanced technique that required a certain degree of control over their own body. The testing apparatus trembled slightly from Xiaofang's strike, and the score promptly changed to 437 kilograms. However, he was not done. In the next moment, Xiaofan whirled his body around and threw out a punch, his fist striking the target. Suddenly, the testing target bent inwards, and the entire apparatus rocked back slightly. Meanwhile, as if struck by a sledgehammer, web-like cracks appeared on the marble floor where Xiaofang's foot landed. At the same time, the testing apparatus complained loudly, the machine's display revealing a frightening score of 576 kilograms. Xiaofang's punch had broken the punching power test record of the Big Dipper Training Center. What the? Wang Cheng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets after seeing this score. What the hell? Wu Chuan was greatly shocked as well. Xiaofang's final result stupefied every witness in the testing hall, every one of them falling silent. Chapter 364, Internal Force Expert. Not only did Xiaofan knock the punching power testing apparatus back with a single punch, but he also cracked the marble floor with a single stomp. However, there was one point that confused everyone watching. Xiaofang's punch and stomp both looked very light, and no matter how one looked at the two actions, it was impossible for them to exert such immense power. Yet, the impossible had actually happened. Moreover, the burst of power was simply terrifying. Xiaofang's punch and stomp struck the testing apparatus and the marble floor, respectively. If they landed on someone's body, wouldn't the hits be fatal? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan inadvertently gulped when they saw the cracked marble floor. They no longer looked at Xiaofan with contempt. Instead, they gazed at him in awe. Only now did they understand why Zhao Ruoxi's claim. If they fought Xiaofan, the result would not be pleasant. What a hateful bastard! Despite being so powerful, he is constantly trying to hide it. For a second there, I was afraid he might lose. Zhao Ruoxi finally sighed in relief after watching Xiaofang's stunning performance. Standing beside the testing apparatus, Manager Xiao gaped at Xiaofang's flushed and sweating face with disbelieving eyes. He suddenly thought of a possibility for Xiaofang's shocking results, and he couldn't help but ask softly, "Is this internal force?" Manager Xiao was well versed in physical techniques and combat. He knew only grandmaster martial artists could utilize an advanced technique like internal force. Emicham. It is, Xiaofan nodded, not expecting Manager Xiao to recognize the technique. Internal force was an advanced combat technique. It was not a myth or a legend, and it was not a superpower. In the past, in order to learn this technique, Xiaofan had spent many years consulting several martial arts masters, constantly training and refining his skills in God's domain. Only after he finally achieved a certain level of control over his own body could he perform this technique. Although internal force granted vast destructive power, it was also extremely taxing on the body. A single strike fatigued him. Right now, he began to show signs of collapsing. If he launched another strike using internal force, he would most likely fall flat to the floor. Mr. Shi. I represent Big Dipper to thank you for breaking our all-time punching power record. According to Big Dipper's rules, we will award you 300,000 credits for this achievement. However, at my disposal, in addition to paying you 300,000 credits, Mr. Shi, in the future, you will be a platinum member of Big Dipper. You can enjoy a 60% discount on all expenses at Big Dipper. You will also receive a specially reserved platinum suite at the Big Dipper Training Center for your pleasure, Mr. Shi. After receiving Xiaofang's nod of recognition, Manager Xiao was nearly speechless from excitement. He no longer looked down at Xiaofan as a member of the younger generation. Instead, he treated Xiaofan as his predecessor, even changing the way he addressed Xiaofan. Since his youth, Manager Xiao had been infatuated with martial arts. He had never stopped training his body. Even now, his dream was to achieve a higher level in martial arts and successfully practice internal force. However, despite his many years of effort, he had never been successful. So, now that an internal force expert stood before him, how could he contain his excitement? Martial arts did not judge by age. Only one's achievements were important. Although he was young, Xiaofang's capabilities with internal force signified him as Manager Xiao's predecessor in the man's eyes. Naturally, he would have to treat Xiaofan with respect. Uncle Xiao, since when were you so generous? For a second, Zhao Ruoshi even thought she had heard wrong. At this moment, her Uncle Xiao not only gazed at Xiaofan with respect and reverence, but he also addressed her classmate as Mr. He even upgraded Xiaofan from a normal membership to being a platinum member. There were less than 100 platinum members in all of Jinhai City. It was a symbol of status. Even she was only a gold member. Zhao Ruoshi could not understand what her uncle was thinking. Little girl, Mr. Shi is a true martial arts expert. Why would you be surprised by this upgrade? On the other hand, why didn't you tell me that Mr. Shi was a martial arts expert, little girl? You've really caught me by surprise this time, Manager Xiao said sharply, shooting a glance at Zhao Ruoshi. Didn't you say that you wanted Mr. Shi to teach these students? This isn't the proper place for such a discussion. Why don't we go to a meeting room and have a proper chat? Uncle Xiao, what about the results of the competition? Zhao Ruoshi pointed at the score on the testing apparatus. Of course, Mr. Shi won this bet. There's no need to employ the reaction test anymore. I'll have the 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids delivered to you later, Manager Xiao said. He then shifted his gaze to Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan, asking, do you two have any concerns? Both Wang Cheng and Wu Chuan hurriedly shook their heads. Even a person as skilled as Manager Xiao treated Xiaofan with great respect. Xiaofang's strength and skill were obvious. If they continued to compete with him, they would only humiliate themselves. Mr. Shi, now that this competition is over, let's go to a meeting room upstairs and talk. I have many things I would like to ask you, Manager Xiao said. Zhao Ruoshi's heart fluttered with joy when she saw her Uncle Zhao's respectful attitude toward Xiaofan. She also felt a little prideful as if Xiaofang's success were her own. After the crowd in the testing hall dispersed, Manager Xiao led Shifeng and Zhao Ruoxi to a meeting room on the 21st floor. "Mr. Shi, would you be interested in becoming the head instructor of Big Dipper?" Manager Xiao asked seriously. "As long as Mr. Shi is interested, you can state any conditions you want." It was extremely rare to meet an internal force expert. After all, every one of these experts was a master of the martial arts world. Their statuses and positions were all extremely impressive. Manager Xiao could not meet such a master even if he wanted to. Employing such a master to Big Dipper was an even more impossible task. The Big Dipper Training Center was famous in Jinhai City and possessed a certain amount of influence. Outside of Jinhai City, however, it was unknown and insignificant. Big Dipper had no way to compete with the training or fitness centers commanded by martial arts masters. If Big Dipper had an internal force expert like Shifeng in command, their long-time goal of becoming famous beyond Jinhai City might soon become a reality. "Uncle Xiao, are you joking?" Zhao Ruoxi was stunned. The position of Big Dipper's head instructor was no laughing matter. At that time, the rights Shifeng would possess would surpass even Manager Zhao's. In her opinion, Shifeng was only a university student slightly skilled in martial arts. In the beginning, she had pestered her Uncle Xiao with the intention to help Shifeng get a good part-time job, as well as train the current batch of students. Now that the situation had evolved, even she was slightly caught off guard. "Since when has your Uncle Xiao joked around before?" "I am very serious. I am only afraid that Mr. Shifeng is unwilling to accept my offer." Manager Xiao did not know what to say to Zhao Ruoxi. Despite clearly having an internal force expert by her side, she had not realized the true value of an internal force expert. Manager Zhao's anxiety was overbearing. He was deeply afraid that Shifeng would just stand up and leave, taking Big Dipper's dream of growing out of Jinhai City with him. Big Dipper's head instructor? Shifeng thought for a moment before saying, "It isn't impossible, but I have two conditions." "Mr. Shi, please speak your mind," Manager Xiao hurriedly said. "I want to become a member of Big Dipper's board of directors and establish a specialized training area. Meanwhile, I want full responsibility over this training area," Shifeng demanded earnestly. Chapter 365, Ranked. Shifeng's conditions were quite harsh. Manager Zhao's brows pinched upon hearing them. His expression turned somewhat grim, and he was at a loss on what to do. If Shifeng had only wanted some of Big Dipper's shares, Manager Xiao could easily approve by himself. The chairman of Big Dipper would also happily agree with Manager Zhao's decision. However, it was a different story if Shifeng wanted to become a member of the board of directors. Manager Xiao did not have the authority to make that decision. The board of directors controlled every aspect of Big Dipper. In other words, the board of directors held absolute authority. Why would they allow an outsider to have access to such power? Moreover, Shifeng had also demanded permission to establish a training area that would be solely under his supervision. This request was equivalent to cutting off a portion of Big Dipper and giving it to Shifeng. It was more incredulous than his first request. If Shifeng were a famous martial arts master, the directors might even agree to his requests. However, no one knew of Shifeng. There was practically no chance that the company would accede to his demands. Sitting by the side, Zhao Ruoxi was similarly stunned by Shifeng's conditions, and she began to look at Shifeng in a different light. "Is this really our classmate Shifeng?" This question resounded in Zhao Ruoxi's heart. Shifeng's exorbitant demand surpassed even her greed. Head instructor was only a title. In reality, it was a very relaxing position, and normally, Shifeng would not have much to do. However, the head instructor of Big Dipper's status was extremely high, and countless people coveted the position. Even the famous fighters of Jinhai City yearned for this position. Unfortunately, Big Dipper had never found anyone worth consideration. On the other hand, despite being offered such a coveted position, Xiaofan still demanded such a high price. Zhao Ruoxi could not understand what Xiaofan was thinking. In Zhao Ruoxi's opinion, Xiaofang's actions were somewhat excessive. However, Zhao Ruoxi felt they were justified. Xiaofan was not an unreasonable person. Indeed, just as Zhao Ruoxi had guessed, Xiaofan was completely reasonable with his demands. His price was actually quite low. If not for his consideration of Zhao Ruoxi, his demands would have been more exorbitant than a position on the board of directors and a training area under his supervision. Although Zero Wing's strength was limited to White River City at the moment, after the looting war in White River City, Zero Wing had become famous throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, Zero Wing had long since established a strong and sturdy foundation. It already qualified to fight for the position of Overlord of Star Moon Kingdom. It was possible that only the higher-ups of first-rate guilds knew what this signified. There were hundreds of millions of players. Moreover, this number increased with each passing day. Only a few million people lived in Jinhai City. At most, it was as large as White River City. As for the authority Zero Wing commanded in White River City and the Big Dipper's authority in Jinhai City, it would not be an exaggeration to describe the difference between them as the difference between heaven and earth. Moreover, as God's domain grew increasingly popular, the number of people Zero Wing could influence would also grow. That influence could massively impact whichever training center it partnered with. What about the training center itself? To put it bluntly, it was simply a place for people to improve physically. What sort of influence could it possibly have? A casual remark made by a first-rate guild could allow a training center to rise to prominence at any given minute. Hence, rather than sharing the profits with others, wouldn't it be better just to establish their own training centers? What is your opinion on this, Manager Xiao? Xiaofan looked at Manager Xiao and asked. Mr. Shi, your conditions are a little harsh. How about 5% of Big Dipper's shares? Manager Xiao could tell that Xiaofan was not some random knowledgeable person, and Xiaofan most definitely knew the value of an internal force expert. Hence, after giving it some thought, he offered the highest possible benefit that he could authorize by himself. Although 5% of the shares of a successful company like Big Dipper is generous, my conditions are firm. It would truly be a pity if you cannot agree to them. Xiaofan shook his head. Mr. Shi, I do not have the authority to agree to the demands you've stated. Can you give me some time? I'll report this to my superiors. After they have reached a decision, I'll give Mr. Shi an answer. How about it? Xiaofang's unwavering attitude frightened even Manager Xiao. Originally, he had thought that a young man like Xiaofan would jump with joy when offered the position of head instructor and 5% of Big Dipper's shares. However, he had never expected anything like Xiaofan. Manager Xiao refused to believe that Xiaofan was only a university student. 5% of Big Dipper's shares was a lot of money, enough to grant one a lifetime of luxury. However, Xiaofan had insisted on his original demands. If Xiaofan were not insane, then he was absolutely confident. Certainly. I'm not in a hurry for this matter. I'll wait for your reply, Xiaofan smiled. He had not expected to deal with Zero Wing's training issues in a short amount of time. He still had many things he needed to do in God's domain. Zero Wing's workshop had also just opened, and he needed time to allow all these changes to settle in. He had simply come here today to test his physical limits. However, Xiaofan also had Zhao Ruoxi to thank. If not for her, establishing a dialogue with Big Dipper's upper management would have been a struggle and taken some time. His current progress had already surpassed his expectations. Following which, Manager Xiao had consulted with Xiaofan on some matters relating to martial arts. Although Zhao Ruoxi was indifferent to such topics, when she saw how her uncle Xiao looked up to Xiaofan, she could not help but find the scene funny. If she related this matter to her father, her father would definitely be shocked. After roughly 3 hours of lengthy conversation, Manager Zhao's admiration towards Xiaofan had grown by leaps and bounds. If not for the lack of time, Manager Xiao would have continued the conversation for 3 days and 3 nights. After Xiaofan left the Big Dipper training center, Zhao Ruoxi drove him back to his rented apartment. Meanwhile, Manager Xiao immediately contacted Big Dipper's chairman, his elder brother, Xiao Yu. Manager Xiao was prepared to discuss Xiaofang's demands in detail. As the sun set, a bright red luxury sports car stopped in front of Xiaofang's apartment complex. "Xiaofang, you must store these 3 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids properly. Unlike other nutrient fluids, S-ranks need to be kept below freezing. Otherwise, their effects will gradually weaken, and after 2 or 3 days, they will lose their effects completely. Also, you can only consume them once every 5 days. It would be detrimental to your body if you drink them more often. You must keep this in mind, alright?" Zhao Ruoxi said, carefully handing over the metal briefcase containing the S-rank nutrient fluids. She reminded Xiaofang repeatedly, worried that he would carelessly waste the S-rank nutrient fluids as he had never consumed them before. Although 1 million credits was only a small matter to her, S-rank nutrient fluids were impossible to obtain even if one had the money. Xiaofang could not easily get more. Big Dipper was only lucky enough to procure a few bottles after much difficulty because of some of its connections. I understand," Xiaofang said, a bitter smile on his face. In reality, this was not his first time consuming an S-rank nutrient fluid. However, Zhao Ruoxi did not know about that. "I'll take off, then. Don't forget about my birthday party next month. I know where you live now, so if you're not there, I won't let you off lightly." Zhao Ruoxi brandished her little fist through the car's window. She then sped away in her hovering red sports car. At this moment, Xiaofang finally reacted. It turned out that Zhao Ruoxi had actually sent him home with such intentions. Although he was almost never on time, he shouldn't be that unreliable of a person, right? When Xiaofang turned around and was about to enter the apartment complex, he suddenly discovered someone squatting by the building's entrance. That person stared at Xiaofang with a wretched smile on his face. It was none other than Blackie. "Brother Feng, you're simply too amazing. I don't see you for a few days, and already, you've managed to hook up with class monitor Zhao. You need to teach me some of your skills. If you don't, I'll tell Sister Fire Dance." Blackie said, giving Xiaofang a meaningful smile. "Scram. Don't think that I don't know how frequently you hook up with some of the beauties in the guild." Xiaofang rolled his eyes at Blackie. Although Blackie had attempted to behave himself ever since he joined Zero Wing Workshop, a man's nature would not change easily. Currently, he was already growing closer with one of the female mages in the guild. "Speak. Why are you here?" Okay. I admit. I have important news that I needed to relay to you personally." "After you hear it, don't get too excited," Blackie said excitedly. Clearing his throat, he happily announced, 1 hour ago, the secret pavilion published its latest experts list. Meanwhile, Brother Feng, your ID has been included. Right now, the entire Star Moon Kingdom is going crazy. Chapter 366, Virtual Gaming Cabin. Listening to Blackie's excited report, Xiaofang was speechless. Even if Blackie hadn't told him the news, he would have discovered it after he entered God's domain. There was not necessary for Blackie to hunt him down. "Did you run all the way here just to tell me this?" Xiaofang asked. "Of course not. Sister Aqua said that using the advanced virtual gaming helmet constantly would affect your strength and growth in-game. After all, the helmet only has a synchronization rate of 90%. The cabin, however, has a synchronization rate of 97%. So, some time ago, she tried to buy a few virtual gaming cabins, Blackie said. However, there aren't many of them. Even with Sister Aqua's influence, she could only purchase 5 cabins for us. I came to deliver your unit. The workers have already installed the cabin in your apartment, you can use it immediately. Virtual gaming cabin? Where did you guys get so much money? Xiaofan could not help his shock. Although there was quite a lot of money in the workshop's bank account, it was not enough to buy 5 virtual gaming cabins. A single unit cost 3 million credits. Moreover, virtual gaming cabins were always scarce as they were extremely difficult to manufacture. Unlike the virtual gaming helmet, the materials the virtual gaming cabin required were very rare, so they only produced and sold a limited number each day. Wealthy tycoons usually snatched up the cabins the moment they came out of production. Many people usually wondered why these virtual gaming cabins were so popular. Despite the cabin being so expensive and only having a 7% sync rate increase over the helmets, it was still immensely popular. In the past, Xiaofan had thought similarly. Wasn't it just 7%? How much would a player's strength in-game possibly increase after using the cabin? Why bother wasting so much money for such a measly improvement? However, after Xiaofan obtained his own cabin and subsequently tested it, it instantly changed his mind. That 7% made a world of difference. In the past, an expert had been involved in an experiment using the 2 machines to test combat power. In the end, the expert exhibited 71% of his combat power while using the virtual gaming helmet. However, when using the virtual gaming cabin, the expert managed 75%. Furthermore, not only could the gaming cabins allow a player to raise their combat power, but they could also allow a player to improve their techniques at a quicker rate. The cabins could also develop the potential of a player's brain, as well as restore and enhance their physical fitness. In the past, if Xiaofan had purchased a virtual gaming cabin earlier on, he would not have stagnated at the peak of Tier 3. He had poured his heart and soul into God's domain to build his own legacy. In the process of doing so, he had neglected his physical fitness, which deteriorated with each passing year. By the time he realized the problem, it was already too late. Sister Aqua paid for them with her own money. She said that, as the #1 workshop in Jinhai City and the sensational guild of White River City, if others discovered that the guild leader of Zero Wing still used a virtual gaming helmet, Zero Wing would become a laughingstock. Hence, we needed to buy the cabins no matter what, and you, Brother Feng, must use one. This concerned Zero Wing's reputation, Blackie said eloquently, leaving Xiaofan with no room to refute. Alright, then. I'll accept the cabin. However, we must pay Aqua back for all of the money she spent. There's still around 2 million left over from the White River City guidebook sales, send that to Aqua for now. I'll think of a way to gather the rest. Xiaofan agreed that he needed a virtual gaming cabin. However, he couldn't have purchased one before because he lacked the proper channels. Since Aqua Rose had already bought one for him, he would gladly accept this favor, but there was no room for negotiation regarding money. However, he did not possess a lot of credits right now. Although he had previously earned quite a bit and received the 50 million compensation from Twilight Echo, he had already spent most of it purchasing the real estate and all of the necessary equipment for the workshop. He now had very little credits on hand. Coins, on the other hand, he had a lot of. If he converted the coins into credits, he would have more than enough to repay Aqua Rose. However, unless he had no other choice, he would never trade his coins for credits. There was not much time left to complete the epic quest, Gospel Project. After his few recent large purchases, the gold coins he had on hand had grown further and further from his target of 30,000 gold. He could no longer afford to trade coins for credits. He could only search for other avenues to earn credits. Ha ha ha. Brother Feng, Sister Aqua truly understands you. She knew you would say such a thing. So, she told me to tell you that since she was paid 5% of Zero Wing's shares for doing nothing, you can consider this as her investment in Zero Wing. Also, if you really wish to repay her, make Zero Wing a guild that surpasses Twilight Echo. To her, this would be the greatest form of repayment, Blackie said. He laughed when he heard Xiaofan reply exactly how Aqua Rose said he would. The cabin has already been installed in your home. Since I've finished my report, I'll return to the workshop now. You have no idea how busy the guild is right now. Finished speaking, Blackie quickly departed from the apartment complex. Surpass Twilight Echo, huh? Xiaofan muttered as he watched Blackie leave. His goal was not just to surpass Twilight Echo. However, there were still too many things he needed to deal with in White River City right now. It was especially true for Underworld. They had been too quiet during the looting war. This was out of character for them. After a short moment of silent contemplation, Xiaofan turned and walked into the apartment complex, returning to his apartment. Inside his home, as expected, Xiaofan discovered a white virtual gaming cabin that was 2.5 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, and 1.5 meters tall quietly laying inside his bedroom. He would no longer have to rely on the virtual gaming helmet to play God's Domain. There were nutrient fluids as well as various health monitoring devices implemented in the cabin. Players would not have to worry about hunger or physical discomfort for extended periods of time while inside. On the contrary, they would get plenty of rest and recovery. Moreover, with the 97% sync rate, players would find their 5 senses reaching new heights in the game. With the cabin, Xiaofan could finally display his true strength in God's Domain. Xiaofan examined the cabin before shifting his gaze towards the furnishing around the room. His apartment suddenly felt empty. There was absolutely nothing in his home that was even close to rivaling the value of the virtual gaming cabin. Rather, the cost of a single cabin could pay for the whole apartment. It should be about time. Xiaofan looked at the time. It was currently 8 p.m. and about time for him to enter God's Domain once more. Following which, Xiaofan went to the kitchen and stood before the fridge. He then removed the bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids from the metal briefcase. Xiaofan placed 2 bottles in the freezer, opening and drinking the last bottle. Compared to the lower-grade nutrient fluids, the S-rank nutrient fluid was very special. Despite being stored in freezing temperatures, when he drank the liquid, it felt as if he had swallowed a mouthful of liquid fire. Every organ the liquid passed, from his mouth to his stomach, felt as if they had been scorched. There was no pleasure when drinking the S-rank nutrient fluid, only piercing pain. Moreover, this pain quickly spread throughout his body. Even his skin started to redden. It felt as if hot air flowed through his body, cleaning away all the toxins and restoring the vitality of his cells. His previous efforts had paid off, increasing his punching power from 256 kilograms to 302 kilograms. Everything in life involved balance. It was the same with the human body. If there were gains, then there were bound to be losses as well. Such a huge and sudden improvement would definitely cause plenty of damage to his body. Originally, Xiaofan had intended to purchase an A-rank nutrient fluid to recover slowly. However, that was no longer necessary. A single bottle of S-rank nutrient fluid could completely heal all the damage to his body. It's been so long since I've drunk this. I almost forgot about the burning sensation. Xiaofan smiled faintly. Although he was in pain, his body had never felt better. As for the remaining 2 bottles, he planned to leave them for his parents. That way, it could also help strengthen his parents and relieve some of the exhaustion they had piled up from work. Following which, Xiaofan lay down in the virtual gaming cabin and connected to God's Domain. The drops from the mechanical slayer still waited for his appraisal. After all, aside from a 2-hour waiting period, there was also a 12-hour period before the drops of field bosses could be unsealed, appraised, or used. Fortunately, by the time Xiaofan logged in, that 12-hour period should be almost over. The drops of a mutant. Just thinking about them excited Xiaofan. In the past, the drops from a common mutant were enough for guilds to drool over. Meanwhile, the Mechanical Slayer was a High Lord mutant. Xiaofan couldn't even begin to guess just how amazing its drops would be. Chapter 367, Asura. A series of notifications flooded Xiaofan the moment he logged into the game. There sure are a lot of people trying to contact me. Xiaofan slowly browsed through the notification list, discovering that a vast majority were friend requests or private messages. Among them, there were plenty of messages from high-ranking members of first-rate guilds. Most of them wanted to acquire Zero Wing. There were also a few first-rate guilds who had messaged Xiaofan with different intentions. These first-rate guilds stated that, as long as Xiaofan willing joined their guilds, they promised to promote him into an elder position in their guild immediately and offered him a significant percentage of the guild's shares. Xiaofan couldn't understand these offers. Since when had he become so valuable? Even Feng Xianyang sent me a message. Interesting. Xiaofan read Feng Xuanyang's message, feeling slightly surprised. Although he had yet to discard all pretenses with Feng Xianyang, they were already mortal enemies. Neither would rest until one side was annihilated. Based on Feng Xuanyang's arrogance, it would be a miracle if he stopped trying to dispose of Xiaofan. So, why would Feng Xianyang contact him? This wasn't his style at all. When Xiaofan opened and read Feng Xuanyang's message, he could not but laugh. Feng Xianyang sure is quick to change his attitude. It's no wonder he was promoted to Underworld's management. In the message, Feng Xianyang had expressed his agreement to the conditions Xiaofan had previously stated. He was willing to invest 1 billion credits in Zero Wing in return for 10% of Zero Wing's shares. As for the finer details, they could discuss that further once Xiaofan contacted him. What the hell happened while I was away? Everything had happened too suddenly, and Xiaofan was at a loss. The looting war in White River City should not have warranted such a change in Feng Xianyang. There must be some other reason. Although Zero Wing had become a major force, in the end, it was limited to White River City. There are over 100 cities in the kingdom. To first-rate guilds, the gain or loss of a single city was insignificant. As for Underworld, they surpassed even first-rate guilds. Moreover, among some of the messages Xiaofan had received, a few of the major guilds from the other countries in God's domain had invited Xiaofan to their guilds. They even offered very enticing salaries. No matter how Xiaofan looked at it, there was definitely something wrong with this situation. However, even after a long moment of contemplation, he still couldn't figure it out. Hence, he logged on to the official forums to get a better understanding of the situation. The moment he logged in, however, he was stunned. Under the Star Moon Kingdom's forum section, posts about Black Flame and the God's Domain experts list flooded the page. Star Moon Kingdom's top player, Black Flame. Appearance of the experts list top 500 in Star Moon Kingdom. God amongst men. 1 against 10,000. Killing thousands and escaping alive. Experts analyze of the various guilds in Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing overall strength ranked first. However, among the numerous posts, the most popular was titled One Hit Asura with a view count of over 10 million. God's Domain experts list rank 481, Black Flame. Class, Swordsman. Title, Asura. Black Flame had undergone numerous great battles in White River City. He once successfully killed Lone Tyrant, the guild leader of Dark Star, while surrounded by over 1,000 Dark Star members. Afterward, he fought several hundred elite players in White River City, killing every player with a single hit. Nobody could stop his mighty sword as he effortlessly annihilated over 100 players. Shortly after, tens of thousands of players from multiple guilds hunted him down. Not only did he paralyze those players with shock, but he also killed thousands of players by himself before safely departing the battlefield. Secret Pavilion's evaluation, 1 hit per person, possessing strength like a demon. The Secret Pavilion hereby gives Black Flame the title of Asura. Below the introduction, the post contained video highlights of Black Flame's battles. Black Flame is simply too amazing. He is the role model of us swordsmen. I must take him as my teacher. I heard that the Secret Pavilion doesn't give out titles casually. It's a pity that Black Flame has been in so few battles. Otherwise, he would definitely get a higher ranking on the experts list. You don't say? 1 hit per person. Black Flame even killed a level 19 shield warrior with a single hit, and he only took a few seconds to kill over 100 players. With such godlike strength and techniques, no matter how you look at it, he should not rank at just 481. In my opinion, first place should be just about right. The Secret Pavilion is definitely pulling some strings, so they're using the title of Asura to divert people's attention. I had hesitated about joining Zero Wing before. Now, however, I've decided to head straight for White River City. I must join Zero Wing no matter what. I've long since arrived at White River City. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers to its members are superbly good. The weapons and equipment available for trade are also top tier. In particular, the core members' equipment is a feast for the eyes. You'll just be ashamed if you wear secret silver equipment in front of them. The lowest quality equipment is at least of fine gold rank. Moreover, Zero Wing also has a guild residence. I hear that there are private rooms in the guild residence, and even normal members can rent these rooms. After I join Zero Wing, it will only be a matter of time before my equipment surpasses a major guild leader's. Many players had begun discussing Xiaofan's title of Asura and the revelation of the various benefits that Zero Wing offered its members. At this moment, Black Flame and Zero Wing had become the most popular existences in Star Moon Kingdom, and their fame far exceeded first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Ouroboros. As Zero Wing did not recruit players outside of the city, White River City had become Zero Wing's recruitment center. Many players throughout the Star Moon Kingdom began pouring into White River City, causing the population to rise suddenly. Unknowingly, Zero Wing had become the most dominant force in White River City. While the reputation of one-hit Asura spread, many players also cursed Xiaofan as a shameless villain. Xiaofan had lured the Mechanical Slayer to kill countless innocent players, dragging many players into the fray. These players claimed that Xiaofan should compensate them by handing over all the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. Meanwhile, these players cursing Xiaofan were all the subordinates of Lone Tyrant and the guild leaders of the various guilds in White River City who had joined to take down Xiaofan. After the looting war, their hatred for Xiaofan was higher than the sky and deeper than the ocean. Any players who the Slayer had killed had lost 2 levels. They also had to wait 1 natural day before they could revive. Moreover, after reviving, they suffered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this time, all of their attributes had reduced by 30%, and their EXP gain reduced by 50%. Dark Star had already suffered severe losses during the looting war. However, Lone Tyrant had never imagined that it was only the start of his nightmare. With this penalty, how Dark Star ever catch up to the other guilds in the future? The other guilds were in a similar situation as well. At this moment, their eyes had turned bloody red with rage. Just why had they so foolishly sent their members after Xiaofan? Thinking up to this point, their hearts crumbled. However, regardless of how much regret filled their hearts or how many curses they spewed at Xiaofan's despicable behavior, at this moment, nobody paid them any attention. Rather, they had set themselves up to become the joke that served to uplift Zero Wing's fame even further. So that's why. Rank 481 and a title. It's no wonder why even first-rate guilds from other kingdoms and empires have made such grand offers. Even Feng Xianyang has swallowed his pride and agreed to invest in Zero Wing. Reading up to this point, Xiaofan finally understood the reason behind all those messages. There were countless experts in God's domain. However, there could only be 1008 players on the experts list at a single time. These players were at the apex in God's domain. Players capable of placing on the experts list were also symbols of strength and status for guilds. The more experts list players a guild possessed, and the higher the rank of said players, the more potential and strength a guild would have. As a result, players on the God's Domain experts list became targets for first-rate guilds and various organizations. Take Red Feather for example. Despite ranking only within the top 900, the Star Alliance treated him like their precious baby. The Star Alliance had even given Red Feather a certain percentage of the guild's shares. As for Xiaofan, not only did he rank within the top 500 on the experts list and was the #1 player in Star Moon Kingdom, but he had also received a title from the Secret Pavilion. Naturally, he was quite valuable. Just as Xiaofan was about to contact Aqua Rose and have her appraise the drops from the Mechanical Slayer with him, he suddenly received a call request from Feng Xianyang. Xiaofan had only logged into the game moments ago, and already, Feng Xianyang had contacted him. Feng Xianyang's speed left even Xiaofan speechless. Chapter 368, Lunatic against Lunatic. Maple City was one of the major cities in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. Although its population was no match for White River City, it was not too far off. At this moment, over half of Maple City had fallen under Underworld's control, and it was only a matter of time before the organization controlled the city entirely. Young Master Feng, do you really plan to contact Black Flame? South Wolf asked curiously, watching Feng Xianyang as he sat on the sofa enjoying delicacies. Currently, Black Flame had become one of the great experts ranked on the God's Domain experts list and had even received the title of Asura from the Secret Pavilion. He had now become an expert recruiting. However, Black Flame had once rejected their kind offer in the past, going as far as to toy with Feng Xianyang. He had even ruined Underworld's plans. Based on Feng Xianyang's personality, he would continue to plan Black Flame's destruction. Now, however, Feng Xianyang had actually taken the initiative to contact the Black Flame he hated so fiercely. There are some things you will never understand. Based on our previous investigations, that Mechanical Slayer was a very special monster, Feng Xianyang said as he examined the compiled data in his hands, a playful smile appearing on his handsome face. A special monster? South Wolf was confused. That's right. According to the information I have here, any player killed by the Mechanical Slayer had to wait 1 natural day before reviving. Even healers' resurrection skills were ineffective on these players. Moreover, the penalty for death doubled. After these players revived, they also entered a weakened state for 2 natural days. During this period, all their attributes have decreased by 30%, and the EXP they can receive has decreased by 50%, Feng Xianyang reported pleasantly as he lightly shook his head. Do you understand what this means? South Wolf shook his head, growing more confused at Feng Xianyang's words. Have you ever seen a monster with such strength? With God's Domain's basic settings, the stronger a monster is, the greater its loot will be. The Mechanical Slayer's loot must be stunning. There might even be many epic items among its drops. Meanwhile, Zero Wing is the largest beneficiary from the looting war. They claimed more drops than any other guild in White River City. Obtaining these drops could skyrocket Underworld's future development. However, it is simply too difficult for us to obtain them. Moreover, we don't have any concrete information about the loot. Trying to steal it from Zero Wing would not be easy. Hence, I've decided to invest in Zero Wing. Although we would have to spend a large sum of money, when I become one of Zero Wing's stockholders, I can easily obtain any information I want. Afterward, I can just set up a trap to steal those items and, slowly but surely, destroy Zero Wing from the inside. Isn't it just money? I have plenty of that. Feng Xianyang was determined to join Zero Wing. Nobody could resist the enticement of 1 billion credits. As long as he could get a hold of a small percentage of Zero Wing's shares, he could obtain all information relevant to Zero Wing fair and square. Previously, not only had Xiaofan acted so arrogantly before him, but Xiaofan had also caused his plans to support Dark Star to fall short. So, why would he ever let Xiaofan escape his punishment? South Wolf trembled upon hearing Feng Xuanyang's plans. Suddenly, South Wolf realized that he was still naive. His understanding of Feng Xianyang was still too shallow. Feng Xuanyang's plans were simply insane and terrifying. In South Wolf's opinion, Feng Xuanyang's plans weren't related to the mechanical slayer's loot at all. Feng Xianyang just wanted his revenge on Xiaofan. The drops were an excuse to take action. To think that Feng Xianyang was actually willing to spend 1 billion credits just to destroy Zero Wing and get his revenge. He was a lunatic. Young Master Feng, I'm not trying to overstep my boundaries, but we have gone looking for trouble with Black Flame many times before. We have hunted Zero Wing's core team. Now that we are trying to become the guild's shareholders, won't he just reject us outright? South Wolf said softly. Of course, I have already considered that. Although we were behind the attacks on Zero Wing, Dark Star stood in the forefront. I have never personally made an appearance. Although Black Flame knows the truth, on the surface, we maintain our pretenses with each other. Moreover, the reason I've contacted Black Flame during his time of glory is that I want him to think that I noticed his potential and that I am willing to pay any price to obtain him. That way, I can smoothly become a shareholder of Zero Wing without arousing any suspicion. Feng Xianyang smiled coldly as he gazed into the wine glass in his hand. After taking a sip, he added, besides, is there anyone who would willingly refuse money? I've investigated Zero Wing's background. This guild does not possess any sort of funding. If Black Flame wishes to develop his guild further, he will inevitably need large sums of credits. To Zero Wing, 1 billion credits is like a heaven-sent fortune. If Black Flame is intelligent, he will set aside personal feelings and act logically. He has no reason not to accept my offer. South Wolf's heart suddenly pounded. He never expected that his guess would hit the mark. Feng Xuanyang's true goal had never been to obtain the drops of the mechanical slayer. Instead, he only ever cared about Zero Wing's destruction. To put it another way, Feng Xianyang planned to, incidentally, obtain the drops after he destroyed Zero Wing. As fear began to grip South Wolf's heart, Feng Xianyang contacted Xiaofan. Oh. Vice Leader Feng, to what do I owe the pleasure of your call today? Xiaofan asked rhetorically the moment the call connected. Guild Leader Black Flame, regarding the matters we discussed during our last meeting, I have thought them through. Regarding a guild with boundless prospects like Zero Wing, Underworld is willing to pay 1 billion credits to become one of its shareholders. At that time, with the support of Underworld, Zero Wing will certainly grow to become the overlord of Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. Guild Leader Black Flame, when will you have time to sign the contract with us? Feng Xianyang asked, smiling. It looks like you have finally realized Zero Wing's value. Although your previous conduct was slightly excessive, I will be magnanimous and forgive you this time. Let's first talk about the shares, then. If there are no problems after our discussion, we can discuss a time to sign the contract. After all, the shares of the utmost importance to Zero Wing, Xiaofan said, expressing his interest. However, the moment Feng Xianyang heard Xiaofang's words, he very nearly erupted into a flurry of curses. The wine glass Feng Xianyang had held, however, was less fortunate as it fell from his trembling hand and shattered on the floor. Xiaofan spoke as if he thought Feng Xianyang was a child who had done something wrong, and that Feng Xianyang was currently pleading for Shifeng's forgiveness. Why wouldn't such blatant humiliation enrage the proud and arrogant Feng Xianyang? Black Flame. I will endure today's matters. The moment I become a shareholder of Zero Wing, I will sign your death certificate. Feng Xianyang inwardly swore as he suppressed his anger. As calmly as possible, he said, of course. Underworld will willingly purchase 10% of Zero Wing's shares for 1 billion credits. We will also supply Zero Wing with 100 gold coins every week, as well as send a large number of experts and talents from various fields, allowing the guild to become the overlord of White River City. 1 billion for 10% of the shares? Shifeng shook his head. Revealing a cold smile, he said, I think we may have a misunderstanding. Vice Leader Feng, do you know what times have changed means? Is Guild Leader Black Flame planning to reject my well-intentioned investment because of our previous issues? Feng Xianyang hurriedly said. It was truly just a misunderstanding. I had no knowledge of the actions against Zero Wing. Lone Tyrant was responsible for those attacks. Despite my explicit command barring him from taking action against Zero Wing, Lone Tyrant insisted on doing so. Underworld never intended to strike Zero Wing. Vice Leader Feng, you misunderstand me. I'm not saying that I don't agree to Underworld's investment. However, 1 billion for 10% of Zero Wing's shares? Vice Leader Feng, don't you think you're being a little too greedy? Shifeng shook his head slightly. He said seriously, Vice Leader Feng, greed can ruin one's life. However, seeing Vice Leader Feng's sincerity, I will sell you 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for 1 billion credits. What do you think? At this moment, Shifeng's tone implied that this was an incredibly generous offer. There was no sense of disharmony in Shifeng's words, and it sounded as if his every word was true. Black Flame. Feng Xianyang's face immediately flushed red upon hearing Shifeng's remarks, the hair all over his body standing on end and the blood vessels on his forehead surfacing. Feng Xianyang was no longer capable of suppressing the rage within him. Word by word, he angrily bellowed, have you gone insane? Why don't you rob a bank instead? Shifeng's offer even frightened South Wolf. A 100-fold increase. Even if Zero Wing had grown. Chapter 369, King's Return. By demanding such a price, Shifeng made it clear that he was still angry about Feng Xianyang's previous actions. Misunderstanding was just another form of deceit. Everybody knew this. After all, if anything could be chalked up to a misunderstanding, why would anyone need the police? Vice Leader Feng, I'm really losing a lot with this transaction. If you aren't interested, there are many others who will jump at the offer. Shifeng chuckled. In fact, Shifeng wasn't lying. Many guilds and organizations outside of Star Moon Kingdom had expressed interest in collaborating with Zero Wing. In addition, there were also major corporations who had offered high prices to purchase the guild. At this moment, Feng Xianyang's complexion darkened, and his eyes flashed with a fierce chill. Even South Wolf, who stood by Feng Xianyang's side, silently lowered his head, his legs trembling. He was deeply afraid that Feng Xianyang would erupt with rage and take it out on him. Whenever Feng Xianyang was this angry, he would secure a painful ending for any who incurred his wrath. Meanwhile, Shifeng had toyed with Feng Xianyang many times now. No one knew what Feng Xianyang would do next. After a long moment. Guild Leader Black Flame, I am very sincere here. How about this? In exchange for 1 billion credits, I will ask for 5% of Zero Wing's shares. Feng Xianyang suppressed his anger and expressed an extraordinary serenity. No negotiations. I will only do 0.1%. This is the very limit that I can offer. If Vice Leader Feng is not interested, then forget it. I won't demand your acceptance. Xiaofan had only probed since he doubted Feng Xuanyang's intentions. He had not expected that Feng Xianyang could actually endure his games so well. Feng Xianyang had always possessed a dominant approach. He would immediately take action against anyone who disagreed with him. Now, however, he actually controlled his anger to negotiate with Xiaofan. Why wouldn't Xiaofan be suspicious? There must be a reason for Feng Xuanyang's attitude change. Feng Xianyang gnashed his teeth to the point of almost cracking them when he heard Xiaofang's reply. 1 billion was not a small number. If he had to give away so much money, even his heart would ache. If it was in exchange for 10% of Zero Wing's shares, he could barely accept it. However, he could never accept 0.1%. Black Flame. You dare treat me like a fool. Sooner or later, I will make you pay this debt 100-fold. Feng Xianyang inwardly bellowed. As long as he became one of Zero Wing's shareholders, he could investigate Zero Wing fair and square and insert his own men into Zero Wing's core. When that time came, he could crush everyone in Zero Wing. Hence, suppressing his anger right now, he said in a low tone, I understand. I hope that guild leader Black Flame will not disappoint me. Let's sign the contract as soon as possible, then. Feng Xuanyang's agreement surprised and concerned Xiaofan. Originally, he thought he could anger Feng Xianyang and send the young master flying into a rage. He had expected Feng Xianyang to break off their relationship completely, spouting a few curses and making some vengeful statement such as, not resting until one of them was annihilated, and the like. However, Xiaofan had never expected this ending. Feng Xianyang had actually endured such an insult to his reputation. Feng Xianyang was actually willing to exchange 1 billion credits for 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares. Unless Feng Xianyang had truly lost his mind, he was definitely plotting something. Considering the events up to this point, Xiaofan revealed a faint smile and said, Vice Leader Feng, why are you in such a hurry? I still haven't finished. Aside from the 1 billion credits, I also want 50% of Underworld's shares. If you can promise that, I won't hesitate to sign. Black Flame. You're courting death. Feng Xianyang exploded. He was now fully aware that Xiaofan was not deliberately raising the price out of anger. Instead, Xiaofan was wholeheartedly toying with him right now. Not only did Xiaofan want to sell 0.1% of Zero Wing's shares for 1 billion credits, but he also wanted 50% of Underworld's shares. What was Underworld? It was a force that far surpassed a first-rate guild. Not to mention 50%, Feng Xianyang did not even possess 1% of the organization's shares. Yet, Xiaofan wanted 50%. Vice Leader Feng, you're not going to keep up the act anymore. Xiaofan faintly smiled. I wanted to play around with you for a little longer. Black Flame, don't think that just because you are invincible in White River City that I can't do anything to you. You underestimate Underworld too much. Zero Wing is merely the overlord of White River City. Meanwhile, the several cities surrounding White River City have already fallen under our control. It won't be long before I personally finish you off and eradicate your guild. Feng Xianyang could no longer control his anger. Like a berserk beast, he let out a lung-piercing roar, causing everyone who heard it to shiver with fear. Black Flame, originally, you could have had 1 billion credits as your retirement fund. Now, you no longer have that chance. I will force you into a corner, bit by bit, and make you regret all your actions today. At first, Xiaofan was slightly surprised when he heard Feng Xuanyang's fury. In the next moment, however, he smiled and said, I will be waiting. Afterward, Xiaofan disconnected the call. Although he had only said 4 words, his statement contained utter confidence and determination. Even Feng Xianyang was slightly stunned, having no comeback. Feng Xianyang fully understood the meaning behind Shifeng's words. Zero Wing is not afraid to start a war. If you think you're strong enough, bring it on. However, Feng Xianyang was confused. Just how had Shifeng remained so calm even when facing 1 billion credits? It seems that I need to speed up my plans, Shifeng thought after he disconnected the call. His surprise during the call had not been due to fear. Instead, it was because he had not expected Underworld's background to be so powerful. They had acted so quickly and had already conquered the city surrounding White River City. If it were not for Feng Xianyang losing his cool for a moment and revealing this information, Shifeng would not have known how serious the situation was. However, Shifeng could now release a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had not discovered this too late. He could still prepare if he started taking action right now. It wasn't Underworld's iron grip on those several cities, rather they were under the absolute control of the guilds beneath Underworld. Otherwise, Feng Xianyang would not have tried to spend 1 billion credits to bury Zero Wing. Currently, the average player's level was still low, so interaction between cities was limited. However, when players reached higher levels, they would have to head to higher-leveled areas. Meanwhile, these high-level areas were close to the common borders between cities. At that time, Underworld could trap Zero Wing. With enemies on all sides, Zero Wing's members would not be able to level up safely as they would face the risk of an enemy ambush at any time. In the end, Zero Wing would slowly but surely be pushed into a corner. However, thanks to Feng Xianyang's temper tantrum, Shifeng could act early to prevent such a situation. Otherwise, by the time everyone had leveled up, Zero Wing would be declawed. Considering the situation, Shifeng hurried back to White River City. Upon his return, Shifeng discovered that the area outside the teleportation hall had already been fully repaired. Meanwhile, many players wandered the streets. A majority of these players were independent. Whenever these independent players saw someone wearing Zero Wing's emblem, they would watch that person enviously, letting the Zero Wing member feel very proud. As for the members of Dark Star and other guilds, whenever they saw a member of Zero Wing, they would consciously avoid contact. These guild players were no longer as arrogant as before. Moreover, Shifeng discovered that the independent players walking around on the streets possessed very high levels. These independent players were clearly above the standard of ordinary players. Currently, many of these independent players were trying to form parties to raid high-level dungeons or grind in high-level areas. Before Shifeng had even left the teleportation hall, the atmosphere on the street changed. Practically everyone turned to stare at him. Isn't he one-hit Asura, Black Flame? Guild leader Black Flame has returned? Where? Wah! It's real. It's the real deal. He's just too handsome. Crap. I'm going to faint at this rate. Shifeng was not currently wearing his black cloak, so he was easily and quickly recognized. Suddenly, everyone on the street grew excited. Some female players looked as if they would pounce on Shifeng as soon as he passed, and many of them squealed in excitement. However, before these female players even had the chance to pounce on Shifeng, a group of players wearing dazzling equipment quickly swarmed over from a distance. The poorest quality weapons and equipment these players had were secret silver rank, and every one of these players was above level 20. They all wore a six-winged emblem on their chests, and the appearance of this group immediately attracted everyone's attention. This group of players was none other than Zero Wing's core team. In addition to these core members, there were also over 1,000 elite members behind them. These players moved in unison, and the extraordinary momentum they displayed caused the players to make way for them unconsciously. Meanwhile, all of these members of Zero Wing were here to receive Shifeng. Guild leader, welcome back. Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, and everyone else walked over, smiling faintly as they looked at Shifeng. This grand welcome left Shifeng utterly speechless. he could only silently nod in reply. Afterward, Xiaofan walked back to the Starstreak trading firm with the crowd from Zero Wing. Throughout their journey, the players of White River City had all promptly moved aside. These players gazed at Xiaofan with wonder as if welcoming the king's return. Chapter 370, Legacy Stone Sword. Starstreak Trading Firm, 3rd floor meeting room. At this moment, all of the core members of Zero Wing had gathered here. Compared to other guilds, Zero Wing was more fortunate as it had a meeting place exclusively for its own members. Normally, other guilds would have to use the temporary rooms available at the Adventurers Association. However, those temporary rooms could only hold a limited number of people at a time. Other than the Adventurers Association, guilds could also pay a large sum to rent conference rooms at hotels or bars. However, only wealthy and powerful guilds could afford such rentals. Guild leader, we have completed all of the necessary preparations for tomorrow's recruitment. We can start as soon as the guild residence's construction has completed. In addition, here is the detailed list of tomorrow's tasks. Everyone can take a look at what they need to do tomorrow. Aqua Rose presented a list of tasks on the meeting table system screen and explained them one by one. Aqua Rose had long since prepared for Zero Wing's recruitment. However, when she considered the large number of players coming from other cities as well, she had to revise her plan. Moreover, she had also made detailed adjustments to the guild's benefit system. Now, they would not have to fear the sudden influx of members overloading Zero Wing's capacity and harming the guild's development. Aqua Rose's list shocked everyone present. The information Aqua Rose had compiled so impressively organized. They felt as if they were reading a university textbook. The section relating to Zero Wing's benefit system consisted of over a dozen pages. Moreover, Aqua Rose had carefully planned how they were going to counter the spies sent by other guilds. To access more information about the guild and its benefit system, members would need to be promoted to a higher rank within the guild. However, the lowest-ranking members could still view the benefits that Zero Wing offered, and they were enough to impress many players. What? There are actually 150 private rooms available for rent in the guild residence? I thought there were only going to be 7 or 8 rooms available. That's only what is available for the normal members. Look at the benefits for elite members. They can actually rent 2-star private rooms. Moreover, there are a total of 52-star private rooms available. Just how huge is our guild residence? Many of the core members present were shocked by the information revealed. Their curiosity about their guild residence grew. Look at their surprise. If they knew that our guild residence is White River City's largest and most valuable residence, the Purple Sun Mansion, I wonder what kind of expressions they would make. Blackie chuckled softly. Although Zero Wing's core membership had grown past 100, only a few actually knew where their guild residence was located. After everyone had their assigned tasks, Aqua Rose suddenly stood. Clearing her throat, she said seriously, "The next thing we are going to talk about is classified information regarding Zero Wing. It is also what that everyone present is most concerned about today, the loot from the Mechanical Slayer. Other than the people here, no one is allowed access to this information." Everyone nodded nervously in reply to Aqua Rose's words. Every player who had been invited to this meeting today had a huge responsibility to the guild. The Mechanical Slayer was extraordinarily powerful. So, the items it dropped were also extraordinary. The importance of the role these items could play went without saying. Whether it was competing for a dungeon's first clear or fighting in a guild war, these items would definitely be of immense help a guild's development. If the information of these items went public, not only would their enemies have an edge against them, but it would also rouse the greed in others. At that time, their enemies would definitely plot to steal these items. Looking at the anticipation in everyone's eyes, Xiaofan slowly reported, "We have obtained a total of 102 items. Of them, there are 37 fine gold items, 14 dark gold items, 7 forging designs and recipes, 12 tier 2 magic scrolls, 3 tier 3 magic scrolls, 8 potions, 2 epic items, and 19 rare materials. What? There are actually epic items? Awesome! With epic items, our guild will flourish in dungeons. We can claim all of the first clears easily. Everyone grew incomparably excited after listening to Xiaofan's report. The large number of fine gold and dark gold items alone had greatly shocked the team. They could fully arm a 20-man team with so many items. Just the thought of having a 20-man team fully geared in fine gold and dark gold ranked weapons and equipment was enough to give them the shivers. Not even first-rate guilds could produce such a powerful team. Fully arming a team with secret silver equipment was already impressive. As for a 20-man team in fine gold equipment, that was simply impossible. Meanwhile, if Zero Wing could establish such a powerful team, they would be invincible in 20-man team dungeons. The dungeon bosses would become pushovers. At that time, they could continuously supply the guild with loads of precious equipment. Most importantly, there were even 2 epic items among the loot. Previously, epic items only existed in their thoughts and dreams. After all, since the launch of God's domain, there had yet to be any mention of anyone obtaining an epic item. Now, their guild actually had 2 epic items. Everyone's breath began to grow heavy at this revelation. Don't get too excited. Although we obtained quite a few weapons and equipment, the lowest level requirement is 30. The same goes for the 2 epic items. Xiaofan smiled in response to their enthusiasm. He could understand how his team felt at the moment. Epic items. In God's domain, they were symbols of extraordinary strength. In Xiaofan's previous life, he, too, had been elated when he first saw an epic item. After all, it was an item every player dreamed of having. I know that all of you are eager to see how powerful the epic items are, so today, I'll let all of you have a look at them. While we're at it, I'll let all of you know that I do not plan to allocate these 2 epic items to anyone in particular. Instead, I'll place both of them in the guild warehouse. However, only core members can see them. Once you have accumulated sufficient contribution points, you can trade your points for any of these 2 epic items at any time, Xiaofan explained. He then presented the information of the 2 items on the screen of the meeting table. Song of Beatrice, Staff, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment Requirement, Intelligence 200. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Magic damage increased by 25%. Cooldown of all spells reduced by 20%. Casting speed increased by 20%. Spell critical rate increased by 15%. Cast range +3. All magic type skills +2 levels. Ignore levels +15. Durability 200/200. Additional passive skill, Song of Elements. All successful attacks have a chance to trigger this skill, increasing players' magic damage by 20% for 15 seconds. Does not stack. Cooldown, 1 minute. Additional skill 1, Forest Sprites. Summons 3 forest sprites to battle for you. Forest sprites can also be sacrificed to recover players' mana. Each forest sprite sacrificed will recover 15% of players' maximum mana. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Additional skill 2, Elemental Domain. All allies within a radius of 50 yards will have their magic damage increased by 15%, cast speed increased by 15%, and mana consumption decreased by 20% for 1 minute. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Additional skill 3, Song of Sprites. Increases the effect of a specified spell by 300%. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Shadowcraft, Leather Armor, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 90. Equipment Requirement, Agility 200, Strength 150. Attributes will be adjusted according to user's level. Agility increased by 25%. Strength increased by 10%. Evasion plus 20. All magic resistance plus 20. Defend plus 4 levels. Ignore levels plus 10. Additional passive skill 1, Dark Shadow. Movement speed increased by 20%. In dark places, movement speed increased by 30% and agility increased by 10%. Additional passive skill 2, Rapid Movement. Agility increased after receiving damage. Agility increases by 5% with every 10% decrease in HP. Additional skill, Shadowless. Player can consecutively appear behind targets within a distance of 40 yards. Each use consumes 1 charge. Replenishes 1 charge per minute up to a maximum of 3 charges. Of the 2 epic items, the Song of Beatrice required 600,000 guild points, whereas Shadowcraft required 400,000 guild points. 1 guild point was the current equivalent to around 30 copper coins. Even Aqua Rose and Fire Dance would require a relatively long time before they could accumulate so many points. When everyone saw the attributes on the 2 epic items, they were all stupefied. The equipment they wore was simply too inferior compared to these 2 items. Meanwhile, when everyone thought about how they could trade guild points for these items, a passionate flame lit up in all of their eyes. The absurdly high demand of guild points didn't deter their passion at all. At this moment, they wanted to rush out of the room and start earning guild points immediately. You've seen the attributes on these items for yourselves. As to whether or not you can trade for them, that will depend on the effort you put in. In addition, I also have some good news to tell all of you. I will reward guild points to the first 100 members in the guild to get promoted into a Tier 1 class. First place will receive a reward of 50,000 points, so all of you, work hard. Seeing the high morale of the crowd, Xiaofan added more fuel to the fire. Currently, not a single player had become a Tier 1 class in the entire Starmoon Kingdom. The various guilds around the kingdom were all focused on raiding the 50-man team dungeons in their respective cities. None of them knew the importance of Tier 1 players. Presently, only Xiaofan knew that Tier 1 players were the key requirement to raid a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. In addition, Tier 1 players also played an important role in the competition between guilds. The sooner a guild possessed Tier 1 players, the more beneficial it would be to the guild's future development. This was the reason why Xiaofan had ordered his guild members to level up quickly rather than waste time competing over the first clear for the level 10, 50-man team dungeons. Everyone's fighting spirit soared once more when they heard Xiaofan's announcement. At this moment, they all viewed their decision to join Zero Wing as the best decision they had ever made. No other guild would offer fine gold and dark gold items to its members, much less epic items. On the other hand, not only had Xiaofan made the items available for trade, but he also spent a large sum of money to encourage everyone to raise their strengths. Players would never find these opportunities in any other guild. If they could earn the reward of 50,000 guild points, even if they didn't want the epic items, they could still gain several fine gold or dark gold items, greatly increasing their prowess. After the meeting ended, the core members headed towards the class association to receive their class change quest, afraid that the others would beat them to the top prize. It should be about time for me to upgrade my class as well. Xiaofan smiled faintly. Xiaofan had wanted to take on his class change quest for a while now. However, he celebrated the fact that he had not already done so. He would have regretted that decision. Before the meeting started, Xiaofan had already appraised the drops from the Mechanical Slayer. In the looting war, Zero Wing had actually managed to obtain 103 items, not 102. There was one item Xiaofan had not revealed. The item Xiaofan hid was none other than the crystal-encased ancient sword. Xiaofan had kept it hidden because that item was simply too frightening. Even if he added together the value of the other 102 items, it would not reach even 1/100th of the sword in the stone. If others learned about this item, it would definitely cause a sensation to sweep throughout God's domain, which was why Xiaofan had decided to keep silent about it. The sword in the stone was neither a weapon nor armor. It was a legacy item. Moreover, the legacy it contained was no ordinary legacy. It was a legacy item even more powerful than the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence. Chapter 371, Peak Legacy. A legacy hinted at a hidden class. This was also one of the reasons why legacy items were extremely rare in God's domain. Previously, the fact that they had obtained the Astromancer's legacy from the Blood Hand Association's stronghold had already blown Xiaofang's mind. Now, however, he had an even more powerful legacy. Moreover, only berserkers and swordsmen could use this legacy. Xiaofan knew that the legacy contained within the sword in the stone was more powerful than the Astromancer's legacy was because of its unsealing conditions. Violet Cloud's legacy item, the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence, required a Tier 3 Great Mage to help unseal it. Based on these stringent requirements, the Astromancer's legacy should be superior among the many legacies that existed in God's domain. However, Xiaofang's sword in the stone was far more amazing than the Star's Reminiscence. Sword in the stone. The sword inside the crystal faintly emits a power from the ancient era. It occurs naturally with no signs of being crafted. However, a frightening power had damaged this ancient sword severely in the past. If one wishes to awaken the power contained within and gain a better understanding of this sword, they need to gather the power of 3 Tier 4 classes and expend 21 mana stones. Class restriction, Berserker and Swordsman. Not to mention the 3 Tier 4 NPCs, just the number of mana stones required was a huge headache for Xiaofan. Mana stones were extremely precious in God's domain. Although they weren't as valuable as 7 Luminaries crystals, they were not far from them either. Mana stones were rare materials required to craft epic ranked weapons and equipment. However, the most dreadful aspect of mana stones was that nobody sold them in God's domain. Only bosses in 100-man hard mode team dungeons dropped mana stones. Moreover, the drop rate was a minuscule 2%. Currently, throughout all of God's domain, Xiaofan had yet even to hear news about anyone obtaining the first clear of a level 10, 50-man team dungeon, not to mention a level 20 100-man team dungeon. Even Zero Wing, his own guild, was only in the preparation stage of raiding a level 20, 100-man team dungeon. Only players who had gathered 100 Tier 1 players had a chance of success in the hard mode versions of those dungeons. In other words, it was simply impossible for Xiaofan to get his hands on a mana stone right now, let alone 21 of them. The difficulty of unsealing the sword in the stone far surpassed the magic weapon Star's Reminiscence. Hence, Xiaofan was certain that the legacy contained within the sword in the stone was far superior to the Star's Reminiscence. At the very least, it should be one of the peak legacies of God's domain. I can only give it a try. Xiaofan smiled bitterly as he gazed at the sword in the stone inside his bag. The awakening conditions of the sword in the stone were too high. Ever since Xiaofan had appraised the legacy item, he had constantly been thinking of a way to fulfill those conditions. He could not afford to wait until Zero Wing obtained the first clear of a 100-man hard mode team dungeon before gradually collecting 21 mana stones. If the guild leader of any other guild stood in Xiaofang's place right now, activating the class change quest of the sword in the stone would be nigh impossible. And ordinary players could never meet these conditions. Only after racking his brain did Xiaofan think a way to awaken the sword in the stone early. Soon, Xiaofan left the meeting room as well and headed to one of the forging rooms on the 4th floor of the Starstreak trading firm. They had obtained a total of 7 forging designs and recipes from the looting war. Of them, 3 were forging designs. All three forging designs produced different types of basic strengthened armor kits, which were respectively meant for plate armor, leather armor, and cloth armor. Although these basic strengthened armor kits were a lot weaker than the basic mana armor kit, their effects only half of the latter, they were still very valuable. After all, Xiaofan was not a dedicated lifestyle player. He could not afford to spend a large amount of time producing the basic mana armor kits. Meanwhile, the supply of basic mana armor kits available on the market would not meet the demand. Hence, these three basic strengthened armor kit forging designs were extremely important. At this moment, a knocking came from the door of the forging room. "Guild leader, the ones you called for are here," Melancholic Smile said respectfully as she entered the room. While Xiaofan had been busy, Melancholic Smile had grown to have the aura of a strong and capable woman. The current Melancholic Smile was already an advanced forging apprentice, and she was only a short distance from her promotion to a basic forger. Under Melancholic Smile's management, the Horizon Alliance, the lifestyle guild Xiaofan had secretly established, had grown to house over 3,000 members. These lifestyle players had been recruited from various places. Currently, these members had crafted a majority of the products sold at the Starstreak trading firm. Not even Aqua Rose and Blackie knew about the Horizon Alliance. In the eyes of the public, the members of the Horizon Alliance were simply players that the Starstreak trading firm had hired. "Ah, come on in, then," Xiaofan nodded. Following which, a man and a woman entered the forging room. The woman who followed Melancholic Smile was none other than the forging genius Cream Cocoa. She had already become an advanced forging apprentice. Meanwhile, the man who entered with Cream Cocoa was a 40-year-old man called Roasted Ironheart. Because of his age, the guild's Roasted Ironheart had joined in the past had looked down on him. However, after he passed the test set by Melancholic Smile and became a member of Horizon Alliance, he had poured his heart into forging items and displayed frightening talent. Regarding forging techniques, he was even more talented than Melancholic Smile. Currently, he had already become one of the 5 great forgers of the Horizon Alliance. After the two entered, upon seeing Xiaofan, Roasted Ironheart immediately grew cautious. Normally, Melancholic Smile was responsible for dealing with all matters within the Horizon Alliance. So, no one had ever met the true owner of the guild. The members of the Horizon Alliance only knew that their guild leader was extremely mysterious, and he had actually managed to form a relationship with the Starstreak trading firm. Not only did this great personage possess frightening wealth, but he also had great talents such as Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa working under him. The members of the Horizon Alliance all felt reverence and curiosity towards this mysterious boss of theirs. Today, as Roasted Ironheart finally met the mysterious boss behind the Horizon Alliance, his heart was filled with incomparable shock. Originally, Roasted Ironheart had believed that the force behind the Horizon Alliance was a wealthy tycoon. However, he would never have imagined that proprietor of this lifestyle guild was actually White River City's, no, the entire Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, the one-hit Asura, Black Flame. How could this revelation not shock him? Moreover, Black Flame was also Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 forger. At this moment, Roasted Ironheart's mind was a complete mess. "There is no need to panic, I don't eat people," Xiaofan could not help but console Roasted Ironheart when he noticed the man's trembling legs. Hearing Xiaofang's words, Roasted Ironheart nearly slumped to the ground. The #1 expert of Star Moon Kingdom. The guild leader of Zero Wing. The great character that dominated White River City. There was simply no chance that a small fry like Roasted Ironheart could meet such a great character like Xiaofan. Yet, not only had such a situation occurred, but Roasted Ironheart was also speaking directly with such a great character. How could Roasted Ironheart not panic? "Uncle Ironheart, relax. Our guild leader is a very kind and friendly guy," Cream Cocoa said, smiling. Roasted Ironheart silently nodded. After taking a long moment to calm down, he said, "Hello, boss." Melancholic Smile and Cream Cocoa giggled at this sight. Xiaofan had grown speechless at Roasted Ironheart's actions as well. He was not a monster. Why was he so intimidated? "Alright, I have some important matters to discuss with you. I've called the three of you here today because of these." Saying so, Xiaofan took out the three basic strengthened armor kit forging designs. "Each of you will take one. Your task for this is to produce these items, the more, the better." As forgers, Melancholic Smiles group was stunned when they saw the forging designs. They understood the value of the basic strengthened armor kits. By producing these items, not only could they increase their promotion speed to basic forgers, but they could also use these items to dominate the forging market and create names for themselves. When the trio thought about how Xiaofan was actually willing to let them learn such precious forging designs, their hearts were moved. "I'll leave these forging designs to you, so research them properly. If you can achieve a 20% success rate, then you can start mass-producing them," Xiaofan said. Although the basic strengthened armor kits were not as difficult to produce as the basic mana armor kits, advanced forging apprentices still had a low success rate. Melancholic Smile and the others would be lucky if they could successfully produce 1 or 2 pieces out of 10 tries. "Guild leader, rest assured, we will accomplish this task. We definitely won't disappoint you," all three of them guaranteed. Following which, the three returned to their respective forging rooms and began their research on the forging designs. Meanwhile, Xiaofan also departed from the Starstreak trading firm and hurried towards White River City's bank. He planned to start the first step of awakening the sword in the stone. Chapter 372, 5 Big Cities. Walking in the middle of the street in White River City, Xiaofan had used the demon mask to change his appearance back to Yifeng. The color of his ID reverted to white as well. All this while, Xiaofan had used his artificial ID of Black Flame. It had been a long time since he used his actual ID. In a rapidly changing game like God's Domain, not only were there tons of new players flooding into the game every day, but there were also many experts rising and falling with every passing moment. Meanwhile, the duration of Yifeng's disappearance from the public eye had been long enough for everyone in White River City completely forget about him. Throughout Xiaofang's whole journey to the bank, not a single player he passed by had recognized him. Although some players had glanced his way, they had not done so because of Xiaofang's identity. Instead, it was because of the equipment he wore. The magic weapon Abyssal Blade and the dark gold-ranked Purgatory's shadow hung from his waist. Even if Xiaofan had removed the two weapons' glow effect, when one saw the intricate patterns carved onto the swords as well as the flowing lights flashing on the blades, no one believed they were ordinary weapons. White River City sure has changed. Even the average level of ordinary players is almost the same as Starmoon City. Making a casual observation, Xiaofan discovered that a majority of the independent players wandering the streets were level 15 or 16 and armed with a few pieces of bronze equipment. Xiaofan occasionally saw some independent players who were level 17 or 18 and fully geared in bronze equipment with a few pieces of mysterious iron equipment. In the past, this sight could not have been found in White River City. Suddenly, Xiaofan thought of an idea. What if he transformed White River City into the heart of Starmoon Kingdom? Originally, Xiaofan had intended to develop a branch guild in Starmoon City once Zero Wing was sufficiently powerful to compete for the resources available there. After all, Starmoon City was the heart of Starmoon Kingdom. It was a gem that incited fierce competition among the many first-rate guilds. Starmoon City was also the hub for elites. The player population there was simply immense, with no other city within Starmoon Kingdom capable of being its rival. Meanwhile, controlling Starmoon City meant obtaining the large number of elite players and resources there. A guild's development in Starmoon City would be much faster than in any other city in Starmoon Kingdom. However, when Xiaofan saw the current state of White River City, a thought suddenly came to his mind. Why must he torture himself to compete over Star Moon City with all those first-rate guilds? Most players went to Star Moon City because it had far more opportunities for development. The city also contained many advantages that no other city possessed. But, what about now? Due to Zero Wing's existence in White River City and the fact that the guild did not recruit members in any other city, many players had now migrated to White River City. As for the reason behind this migration? Wasn't it because Zero Wing offered advantages that no other guild possessed? As long as Zero Wing offered its members more benefits than other guilds, players would continue to flood into White River City. Moreover, as players' levels increased, their income would increase as well. Soon, the teleportation fee between cities would no longer be a problem. At that time, it was not entirely impossible for White River City to surpass even Star Moon City. Is it about Underworld's inside information? Xiaofan suddenly heard the arrival of a message. Absolute Heaven had contacted him. Meanwhile, the assassin's message was perfectly timed. Underworld had already become the dominant force in the several cities surrounding White River City. As for how much control they possessed over those cities and exactly which cities they controlled, Xiaofan had no clue. Without that information, he could not take appropriate measures against Underworld. Xiaofan did not want to waste too much time searching for Underworld and subsequently ruining the organization's plans. If he could find access to detailed information about Underworld, he would have a much easier time preparing for the future. There sure is a lot of information here. Xiaofan was inwardly surprised when he opened up the file attached to Absolute Heaven's message. The file was dozens of pages long, and its level of detail was above and beyond what Xiaofan had expected. An outer member like Absolute Heaven should not have had access to the kind of information contained in the file. Most likely, only those at Feng Xuanyang's level would possess the authority to know such information. Did Absolute Heaven kidnap and interrogate Feng Xuanyang? I'm impressed that he could obtain such detailed information. Now that he had such detailed information about Underworld, without wasting any time, Xiaofan quickly found a quiet spot inside the bank and sat down. He then started carefully reading through the file Absolute Heaven had sent him. 2 hours later, Xiaofan finished reading the final page. He could not help but exhale deeply. Although I already expected as much, I did not realize that Underworld is actually so terrifying. They control a total of 316 guilds in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. It is no wonder even Gentle Snow is wary of Underworld. Making a rough estimate, Xiaofan guessed that Underworld controlled over 1 million players in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region alone. Zero Wing's current member count was just over 5,000. To Underworld, Zero Wing was no more intimidating than an ant. Furthermore, there were also the Underworld Guards, a group of elites that the organization secretly nurtured. Although the Underworld Guards only had around 400 members, each one was an expert. If they formed a 100-man team, they could effortlessly annihilate hundreds of elite players out in the fields. In addition, Blue Frost City, Maple City, Gale City, Twin Lion City, and Cold Star City, the 5 big cities neighboring White River City, had all been dominated by the guilds under Underworld's control. Moreover, these guilds were not inferior to Underworld in the slightest. Without any powerful enemies, these guilds had grown rapidly. Of these guilds, Overwhelming Smile, the guild holding dominance over Gale City, was currently even more powerful than Dark Star had been during its peak. Without any obstructions, it was a matter of time before these powerful guilds became the overlords of their respective cities. Underworld really is a headache. This situation is much worse than what I had imagined. Xiaofan wrinkled his brows and scratched his head, considering the situation carefully. Based on Zero Wing's current strength, moving out and dealing with just one of the 5 cities under Underworld's control would be a massive undertaking. As for dealing with all 5, it was simply impossible. Setting aside the disadvantages of fighting in enemy territory, Zero Wing would first need sufficient strength. With the current number of members Zero Wing possessed, it wouldn't even be a threat for any of these guilds. For such an endeavor, not only would Zero Wing need to pay a large number of teleportation fees, but it also had to waste a lot of manpower and material resources. As for Xiaofan himself, although he was strong as an individual, he wasn't strong enough to threaten an entire guild with tens of thousands of members. I need to hurry and get my class change done. Xiaofan looked at the sword in the stone inside his bag, a sense of urgency overwhelming his thoughts of upgrading his class. No matter how Xiaofan racked his mind, he could not think up of a proper solution. The only thing he could do now was to increase his own strength. There was a large gap in combat power between a Tier 1 player and a Tier 0 player, not to mention a hidden class. If Xiaofan could successfully upgrade his class and become a Tier 1 player, he could cause some trouble for the guilds controlled by Underworld and by Zero Wing more time to grow. Following which, Xiaofan walked towards the bank's counter, retrieving the larger of the two Philosopher's Stones from inside his personal warehouse. He then retrieved a large number of magic crystals from the guild warehouse. Guild members had come across these magic crystals while they had raided dungeons. Originally, these magic crystals were intended for equipment crafting, but as of yet, nobody within the guild could produce equipment that required magic crystals. Hence, a large stockpile had accumulated inside the guild warehouse. Now, however, Xiaofan emptied their stock. Following which, Xiaofan returned to his forging room inside the Starstreak trading firm. He then took out the Philosopher's Stone and all of the magic crystals. Mana stones were originally born from the minerals inside magic crystals. If magic crystals were refined, there was a chance to obtain a mana stone. Hence, Xiaofan intended to utilize the Philosopher's Stone to refine mana crystals into mana stones. However, mana stones were extremely rare and precious. The chances of obtaining a mana stone from refining a magic crystal were extremely low, and even Xiaofan himself wasn't very confident in success. Hopefully, this works. Xiaofan then grabbed a transparent magic crystal with one hand and the Philosopher's Stone in the other. Praying silently, he refined the magic crystal. Chapter 373, Alchemical Synthesis. With his right hand, Xiaofan lightly tapped the Philosopher's Stone on the magic crystal in his left hand. In the next moment, the Philosopher's Stone released a faint blood-red glow. Following which, the magic crystal in Xiaofan's left hand transformed into dust and scattered across the floor, leaving nothing behind. A magic crystal, which cost 8 silver coins, was gone, just like that. In the god's domain, 8 silver coins were the current equivalent of a day's income for an entire elite team. However, without even blinking, Xiaofan snatched a second magic crystal from the table and attempted the elemental refinement once more. 2 seconds later, another pile of dust scattered to the floor. After over 100 consecutive attempts and failing every time, Xiaofan stopped and re-evaluated his actions. Is it not possible with elemental refinement? Xiaofan frowned at the dust-covered floor. There were not many members in Zero Wing, so the number of accumulated magic crystals was not high. There had been only around 600 in the guild warehouse. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had not obtained a single mana stone, even after refining over 100 magic crystals. At this rate, he would never refine 21 mana stones. No, it is just because the success rate is so low. Do I need to raise my chances before it'll work? Mana stones are the product of polymerization of magic crystals. Logically, it should be possible to refine a magic crystal into a mana stone. Is it because the magic crystal's quality is too poor? Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan took another magic crystal and tested his theory. This time, after clicking Refine, Xiaofan thoroughly focused on observing the changes that occurred during the refinement process of the magic crystal. After God's domain underwent its first evolution, both forging and alchemy had become far more realistic. Moreover, Xiaofan was currently playing the game using a virtual gaming cabin which possessed a synchronization rate of 97%. Hence, if he observed the refinement process of the magic crystal carefully, he might discern the cause for failure. However, the refinement process happened far too quickly. Even if Xiaofan had exceptional dynamic vision, everything still happened in a flash. It was too hard to see anything. System recording, activate full simulation mode, Xiaofan suddenly said. System, please hold for system identification. System, interface used by player detected as the virtual gaming cabin. Full simulation mode is supported. System, full simulation mode has activated. After the system activated full simulation mode, Xiaofan picked up a magic crystal and attempted elemental refining once more. As expected, the magic crystal still crumbled into dust that scattered all over the floor. Unperturbed, Xiaofan said, System, play the video recorded through full simulation mode. In the next moment, a 3D holographic image appeared before Xiaofan's eyes, showing the exact scene when Xiaofan had attempted elemental refinement on the magic crystal. Aside from allowing players to experience a synchronization rate of 97%, the virtual gaming cabin also allowed players to activate full simulation mode in the game. With this function, the videos players recorded in-game could be viewed as a holographic projection rather than on a flat surface. This function was unavailable to those who used both the ordinary and advanced helmets. In the God's domain of the past, if one were a master lifestyle player, they would have definitely purchased a virtual gaming cabin for themselves. They did so for the sole purpose of this holographic recording function. Through this function, players could realistically reproduce the videos they recorded. Players could experience what they normally couldn't through a flat-screen video, and this included the refinement process of the magic crystal. However, the main purpose of the full simulation mode lay in the analysis of enemies. Players could record their battles with enemies to study their enemies' fighting habits, defenses, attacks, dodges, and other detailed actions. After analyzing their enemies' habits and weaknesses, even if they were weaker than their opponents, players could take advantage of said habits and weaknesses to triumph against their enemies. In the past, this often happened in God's domain. It was especially true for fights between experts. At the same time, players could also utilize the holographic recording for self-reflection, improving weaknesses and discovering new techniques. This was one of the quickest ways for a player to improve themselves. This was also why players who used the virtual gaming cabins improved so quickly. In the past, Xiaofan had done countless self-evaluations through using the full simulation mode, continuously improving his combat power. Back then, if he had used the virtual gaming cabin a few years earlier, he might have reached even greater heights. Unfortunately, Shadow had only a few million credits. A single virtual gaming cabin cost 3 million. How could Shadow possibly afford a virtual gaming cabin? Moreover, even if they purchased one, Xiaofan would not have had access to it. Following which, Xiaofan adjusted the settings of the holographic recording and played the refinement process into slow motion. That way, he could fully observe and analyze the entire process in detail without needing to waste magic crystals and stress his eyesight over and over. After observing the process dozens of times, Xiaofan finally discovered the reason. As expected, the mana density inside the magic crystals is too low. I wouldn't get a single complete mana stone even if I used the elemental refinement 10,000 times. Although Xiaofan had discovered the cause of his failures, he didn't have a solution. In God's domain, there was no difference in quality between magic crystals. In other words, it was simply impossible to obtain a mana stone through refining mana crystals. Xiaofan could not help his frustration. If refinement could not work, then he had to go at it from another angle. The only method he had left was to use alchemical synthesis, combining two magic crystals into one. Once the accumulated mana inside the magic crystals reached a sufficient level, it would become a mana stone naturally. However, how could alchemical synthesis be easy? Even a grandmaster alchemist would struggle with alchemical synthesis. The price they had to pay would also exceed the value of the final product. Normally, nobody would willingly take on such a risk. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was merely a forging apprentice. He was not even an alchemist, to begin with. His chances of successful alchemical synthesis were abysmal. On the other hand, the Philosopher's Stone, an alchemy treasure, had such an ability. However, the Philosopher's Stone Xiaofan had right now was a defective product. He could only use alchemical conversion and elemental refinement, not alchemical synthesis. That's right. If one Philosopher's Stone won't do, what about two? Xiaofan suddenly recalled the fragmented piece of Philosopher's Stone that he had obtained from the god's grave. The Philosopher's Stone had been broken into 5 fragments, so its abilities had greatly weakened. However, the Philosopher's Stone was inherently of one body. As long as Xiaofan could gather all 5 fragments, he could restore the Philosopher's Stone. Although Xiaofan did not possess all 5 fragments at the moment, if he fused the 2 fragments he had, it should become much stronger than 1 fragment alone. I can only give it a try. Xiaofan had no other options. The Philosopher's Stone was his only hope. The Philosopher's Stone had broken into 5 fragments of different sizes, and the abilities each fragment possessed were different. The Philosopher's Stone Xiaofan had obtained from the god's grave was slightly smaller than the first one he had found. As it only possessed alchemical conversion, Xiaofan had not intended to use it. Thinking up to this point, Xiaofan rushed back to the bank and retrieved the other Philosopher's Stone from his warehouse before hurrying back to his forging room. Inside the forging room, Xiaofan carefully combined the 2 Philosopher's Stones. System, do you wish to fuse the 2 Philosopher's Stones? Xiaofan immediately clicked the Fuse button. Suddenly, the 2 Philosopher's Stones transformed into a pool of blood-red liquid and fused. The liquid then solidified into a fist-sized blood-red pearl. It was no longer an uneven block of stone. After the fusion completed, Xiaofan picked up the newly formed Philosopher's Stone and checked its information. He wanted to know how powerful the Philosopher's Stone had become. Chapter 374, Results Beyond Imagination. Good, Xiaofan sighed in relief when he read the information displayed. Philosopher's Stone, 36% completed. Epic rank special item, dropped upon death. A sacred item for alchemy, the Philosopher's Stone can be used to turn stone into gold, revive the dead, and more. However, the Sword Emperor, Knight, shattered the Philosopher's Stone into 5 pieces. However, the Philosopher's Stone possesses immense strength. As long as one gathers the 5 pieces, it will recover to its full strength. Active effect, due to being damaged, the Philosopher's Stone possesses less than 1/7 of its original strength. It can only be used for alchemical conversion, elemental refinement, alchemical synthesis, and elemental strengthening. Now that the Philosopher's Stone was capable of alchemical synthesis, Xiaofan should be able to obtain mana stones easily. Just as he was about to begin the alchemical synthesis, a system notification alerted Xiaofan. Moreover, it repeated 3 times. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Starmoon Kingdom. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Starmoon Kingdom. Starmoon Kingdom Region System Announcement. Congratulations to Overwhelming Smile for becoming the first team to conquer the hard mode Bone Ruin. Rewarding 10,000 guild reputation and 10,000 guild popularity. All players within the team will be rewarded 100 reputation points in White River City and 10 reputation points in Starmoon Kingdom. What? The Bone Ruin is a 50-man team dungeon. A guild has already defeated it? Thinking that he had heard wrong, Xiaofan quickly opened the system message log to take a look. However, they had indeed cleared the Bone Ruin. Overwhelming Smile? Isn't that one of the guilds controlled by Underworld, a second-rate guild dominant in Maple City? Xiaofan could not help his surprise. He then carefully read the member list of the team that cleared Bone Ruin. How could they have cleared it first? There were over 100 cities throughout Starmoon Kingdom. There were simply too many guilds and experts within the kingdom to count. There were also plenty of first-rate guilds. Among the countless teams, the one with the greatest chance of being the first to clear a 50-man hard-mode team dungeon belonged to Gentle Snow in White River City. On this, Xiaofan was certain. Immediately after Xiaofan had entered White River City, he produced the White River City Guidebook. Gentle Snow had even spent a large sum to purchase the most detailed version, gaining a huge advantage over the other guilds right off the bat. Moreover, to secure the first clear of the 3 great dungeons, Gentle Snow had assembled many of Ouroboros experts in White River City. She even purchased multiple fine gold-ranked arclight shields and a large stock of basic mana armor kits from Xiaofan. Not even the core team of the most powerful first-rate guilds in Starmoon Kingdom could compete with Gentle Snow's team in terms of personnel or equipment. Yet, Gentle Snow's team had actually lost to a second-rate guild like Overwhelming Smile. Although Overwhelming Smile received plenty of support from Underworld in the form of money and experts, the first clear of 50-man hard-mode team dungeons was not easy to claim. If that were the case, Gentle Snow would have long since claimed the first clear of the Land of Death. Moreover, in Xiaofang's memories, Overwhelming Smile had always been a very ordinary guild. In the end, Assassin's Alliance took them out, and they were swept away by the torrents of God's domain. Just what sort of secrets is Overwhelming Smile hiding? In the information Xiaofan received from Absolute Heaven, there was nothing special about Overwhelming Smile. Despite Underworld going all out with its support, even sending 50 Underworld guards to help the guild, Xiaofan did not believe for a second that Overwhelming Smile could take the lead in claiming the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. Yet, Overwhelming Smile had done exactly that. This showed that Overwhelming Smile's team had an advantage that not even Gentle Snow's could compete with. If Overwhelming Smile continued to develop without rival guilds, in addition to Underworld's hidden support, even Xiaofan could not guess how powerful the guild would become. The appearance of the 3 system notifications had immediately caused a sensation throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Previously, everyone had their guesses as to which first-rate guild would be the first to claim the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon. However, no one expected this result. A second-rate guild had actually accomplished what first-rate guilds couldn't. For a time, Overwhelming Smile had become the focus in Starmoon Kingdom. I need to hurry as well. Xiaofan clutched the Philosopher's Stone and started the alchemical synthesis. No matter how powerful an enemy was, one's personal strength still mattered the most. Xiaofan stored one magic crystal after another in the Philosopher's Stone. In the next moment, the synthesis bar began to slowly increase. The synthesis bar only reached 100% after Xiaofan stored 50 magic crystals. Although Xiaofan could now synthesize mana stones using magic crystals, the Philosopher's Stone in his possession was still incomplete. Hence, the synthesis rate was only 50%. This item really is an alchemical treasure. The power of this stone awed Xiaofan. If Grandmaster alchemists could see this synthesis rate and the number of required base materials, it would leave them speechless with shock. Grandmaster Alchemist's synthesis rate only hovered around 20%, which was already quite high. Meanwhile, normally over 200 base materials were required. Hence, nobody would willingly sacrifice high-tiered materials through alchemical synthesis. However, Grandmaster Alchemists paled in comparison to the Philosopher's Stone. It was as expected of a treasure of alchemy. Meanwhile, alchemical combination was only a small part of the Philosopher's Stone's abilities. It was no wonder so many kingdoms and empires had gone to war over the Philosopher's Stone. Let's start, then. Xiaofan clicked the synthesize button. 3 seconds later, an additional fist-sized gray stone appeared in Xiaofan's hand. This was none other than the mana stone. Awesome! After successfully synthesizing a mana stone, Xiaofan quickly added more magic crystals into the Philosopher's Stone, starting the second round of alchemical synthesis. At the same time, Xiaofan had also contacted Melancholic Smile and instructed her to purchase a large stock of magic crystals immediately. With the stockpile Zero Wing possessed, he wouldn't have enough to synthesize 21 mana stones. Even if the synthesis rate was 100%, he would need 1050 magic crystals for 21 mana stones. With only a 50% rate, he would need at least 2100 magic crystals. Xiaofan had previously used quite a lot of magic crystals, and he only had 508 remaining. By Xiaofang's estimation, he would need at least 2000 more magic crystals. Guild leader, please tell me you're joking. You want to purchase 2000 magic crystals? The current market value for them is 8 silver coins each, 160 gold for 2000 pieces. Moreover, this is the best and lowest cost. If we buy them in bulk, the prices in White River City will soar. When that happens, we'll need to pay at least double or triple the current price. Making a rough estimate, we'll need to spend at least 300 gold to get 2000 magic crystals. Although Melancholic Smile had always dealt with the purchasing of materials for the Horizon Alliance, this was her first time handling a transaction that involved over 300 gold. She struggled against her sudden anxiety. If converted to credits, 300 gold coins would be over 4 million credits. All her life, she had never even seen so much money. It doesn't matter. Just get it done quickly. Xiaofan couldn't care less about the potential consequences. His class change quest took priority. Even if he had to spend 1000 gold to purchase the 2000 magic crystals, he would not hesitate. By the time Melancholic Smile's group of 3 could mass-produce the basic strengthened armor kits, it would only be a short time before he earned the money back. After half an hour passed, Melancholic Smile delivered 2000 magic crystals to Xiaofan. She had experienced the pleasure of being a wealthy tycoon. Meanwhile, during this period, Xiaofan had also kept himself busy. After using 500 magic crystals, he had an additional 6 mana stones. In addition, he had also produced some basic mana armor kits for his guild, as well as slightly raising his own forging proficiency. Hopefully my luck won't be too bad. Xiaofan took the 2000 magic crystals and started the alchemical synthesis once more. He used 100 pieces. 200 pieces. The new stock of magic crystals continuously diminished. After using 1650 magic crystals, Xiaofan had finally managed to collect 21 mana stones. Chapter 375, I'd like to borrow someone. Now that I've got 21 mana stones, I only need the 3 tier 4 NPCs. Xiaofan thought about where he could find these NPCs as he collected the 21 mana stones and Philosopher's Stone from the table. There were only 3 tier 4 powerhouses currently residing in White River City. If Xiaofan wanted to gather all 3 of them. Even if Xiaofan were 10 times stronger than he was now and became a Count of White River City, he would not possess the authority to gather all 3 of these NPCs to help him. I guess I can only try my luck in the capital city. Starmoon City possessed the most high-tiered NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom, and it was where Xiaofan would most likely get the help of 3 Tier 4 NPCs. Following which, Xiaofan left the Starstreak trading firm and ran towards the bank. His personal warehouse in the bank was the safest location to store the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone dropped upon death, and Xiaofan did not want to lose the treasure under any circumstances. While walking down the middle of the street, Xiaofan could hear many players discussing Overwhelming Smile. Say, how do you think Overwhelming Smile became so powerful? They actually claimed the first clear of a 50-man team dungeon so quickly. I heard that their guild didn't have many experts. Yeah, I'm confused, too. Originally, I thought either Ouroboros or Zero Wing would be the first guild to claim a first clear. After all, the Snow Goddess, Gentle Snow, leads the team herself. Although Gentle Snow had neither accomplished any amazing feats nor is she a great expert ranked on the God's Domain experts list, everyone knows about her frightening battle records. She's probably no weaker than Black Flame. Now, however, both of these amazing guilds lost to a second-rate guild like Overwhelming Smile. I heard that the equipment dropped in a 50-man hard mode team dungeon is amazing. The attributes on the equipment are far superior than the equipment found in other dungeons. Now that Overwhelming Smile has equipment from Bone Ruin, they will have a much easier time raiding level 20 large-scale team dungeons. I heard that Overwhelming Smile has already become the overlord of Maple City. Moreover, they are currently mass recruiting players, and the benefits they offer are insanely good. There is also proof posted online showing that someone recently invested 1 billion credits for the guild's development. Just thinking about that much money makes me drool. I have never heard of any guild receiving such a large investment. I'm somewhat tempted to head over to Maple City to join them. Players on both sides of the street were talking about Overwhelming Smile. Overwhelming Smile had destroyed the previous momentum Zero Wing had garnered. Xiaofan could only smile bitterly at this sudden shift. He had to admit that Overwhelming Smile's timing of obtaining the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon was perfect. Not only had Overwhelming Smile managed to spread their name throughout Starmoon Kingdom, but it had also suppressed Zero Wing's fame. However, this was only natural. Compared to individual strength, players were more concerned about dungeons. After all, dungeons were the main source of equipment in God's domain. It was especially true for high-quality equipment. Just after Xiaofan returned the Philosopher's Stone to his personal warehouse, the system notified him of a voice communication request. It was Gentle Snow. "Miss Snow, how are you?" Xiaofan greeted her warmly after answering the call. Although the situation of Overwhelming Smile's first clear had impacted Zero Wing, the one most affected by this result should be Gentle Snow. In order to claim the first clear of the Land of Death, she had paid a huge price. Other guilds could not compete with the advantages she possessed. Yet, just as she was about to harvest the fruit of her efforts, Overwhelming Smile stole the glory. "Guild leader Black Flame, I wish to discuss something with you." Gentle Snow's tone was indifferent, only she understood her current state of mind. "Miss Snow, please, speak your mind," Xiaofan said, smiling. "I'd like to borrow someone," Gentle Snow said. "Borrow someone?" Xiaofan was confused. Ouroboros had many experts. They should not lack personnel. "That's right. I wish to borrow Yifeng." Gentle Snow nodded, resolving Xiaofan's confusion. "As for the price, I am willing to pay 5 million credits." "Borrow Yifeng?" Xiaofan nearly stumbled. Just what was going through Gentle Snow's mind? Borrow Yifeng? Didn't that mean she was trying to borrow him? Since when did he have such great charm to attract the attention of the Snow Goddess? Moreover, Gentle Snow even offered an astronomical price of 5 million to borrow him. That was the equivalent of a famous gaming expert's annual salary. And she only wanted his help with a single matter. Wasn't Gentle Snow's opinion of him a little too high? I know that this is somewhat abrupt. Honestly, I initially considered asking you, Guild Leader Black Flame. However, not only are you the guild leader of Zero Wing, but you are also very famous in Star Moon Kingdom. The implications for obtaining your help are too grave to ignore. Hence, my only option is to ask for Yi Feng's help, as he is only a member of Zero Wing. However, I doubt he will help me without your explicit permission, Gentle Snow explained. If she had any other choice, she wouldn't be asking. However, now that Overwhelming Smile had claimed the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon, this was her only option. Listening to Gentle Snow's request, Xiaofan could guess that Gentle Snow needed experts. However, these experts could not be too famous, and the more hidden they were from the public eye, the better. Thus, she thought of the now-forgotten Yi Feng. Although I wish I could agree to your request, Yi Feng is currently busy in extremely important task. I'm afraid he can't help you right now, Miss Snow. How about the other experts in Zero Wing? Although Xiaofan wished to help Gentle Snow, his class change quest took priority. Other experts? Gentle Snow fell silent for a moment, considering the idea. She then said, "It is possible if they are as skilled as Yi Feng." "I'm afraid they have yet to reach that level," Xiaofan said definitely. Setting aside techniques, if speaking purely in terms of weapons, equipment, and skills, nobody within the guild could even come close to being a match to him. In terms of techniques, though, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Violet Cloud, and Cola might catch up to him in the future. It was especially true for Violet Cloud, who had improved leaps and bounds with each passing day. If Xiaofan hadn't had his decades' worth of experience campaigning in God's domain, Violet Cloud would have left him in the dust by now. "I'm afraid they won't do if they are not as strong as Yi Feng," Gentle Snow said, disappointed. However, when she gave it more thought, how could great experts such as Yi Feng be easy to find? She then asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, how long will it take for Yi Feng to complete his task?" Normally, an ordinary class change quest required 2 to 3 days to complete. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng's class change quest should be a lot more difficult. At the very least, he would require 3 to 5 days. "Around 5 days, Xiaofan said, giving a conservative estimate. 5 days, huh? Gentle Snow's brows wrinkled slightly. After thinking for some time, she slowly asked, "Guild Leader Black Flame, will 5 days really be enough?" "Emicham." Xiaofan nodded. Xiaofan could tell that Gentle Snow was carefully considering a very important decision. "I'll have to trouble Guild Leader Black Flame to pass on the message, then. I'll transfer 5 million credits into your account immediately." Gentle Snow sighed in relief upon hearing Xiaofeng's confident answer. She then disconnected the call after thanking him. Chapter 376, Great Divine Official. Based on Gentle Snow's tone, Xiaofan did not think that things were as simple as he had first imagined. After experiencing a decade of battles and socializing between various guilds in God's domain, Xiaofan was no longer the young and immature student that he had been in the past. This was merely the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. At most, Ouroboros would lose the chance to earn some fame. Such a loss would not greatly affect the strength of the guild itself. In other words, Gentle Snow must have made some sort of personal bet regarding Overwhelming Smile being the first guild to claim the first clear of a large-scale team dungeon. However, she had obviously lost. 5 days, huh? It seems that I can't slack off. Now that Xiaofan had agreed to help, he would not go back on his word. Unfortunately, even Xiaofan was not completely confident that he could gain the help of 3 Tier 4 NPCs in Star Moon Kingdom. He needed to waste a lot of time to earn their assistance. It was not easy to ask NPCs for help. It was especially true for high-tiered NPCs. Following which, Xiaofan took out the pass to Blackwing City, teleporting immediately. Being a neutral zone as well as a famous city in God's domain, Blackwing City was many times stronger than Starmoon Kingdom. Naturally, a lot of high-tiered NPCs would reside there. If luck would have it, he might even meet a Tier 5 powerhouse. One could not meet such an NPC even in the capital city of Starmoon Kingdom. It had been quite some time since the launch of God's domain. The population of the game had increased rapidly. The number of players who had obtained Blackwing City passes had also increased. As Xiaofan walked down the wide streets of Blackwing City, he discovered far more players than before. Among these players, a majority were the upper echelons of guilds. Like Xiaofan before, these upper echelons were here to trade with each other. They mainly traded hard stones, taking advantage of the price difference to make a huge profit. However, as more players began visiting Blackwing City, the potential profits would start to dwindle. This was also why Xiaofan had stopped Aqua Rose from sending her subordinates to cooperate with other guilds. He planned to save the Blackwing City passes, only using them to attend the Blackwing City auction or purchase special tools such as the frost grenades. In reality, aside from being a trade hub, Blackwing City had one other fascinating feature: the city's beautiful scenery. In the past, when God's domain was in its middle stages, many upper echelons of guilds would frequently visit Blackwing City for leisure. Nothing could beat the stargazing tower of Blackwing City. The stargazing tower's interior was like a dream world. It looked absolutely stunning. In the past, many players even longed to spend the rest of their lives living inside the stargazing tower. "It's been a long time since I entered the stargazing tower," Xiaofan muttered as he gazed at the distant tower that pierced the sky. The stargazing tower was one of the architectural symbols of Blackwing City. Meanwhile, the reason Xiaofan had come to Blackwing City this time was none other than to visit the stargazing tower. Based on Xiaofan's understanding of God's domain's history, the stargazing tower of Blackwing City was older than the city itself. Blackwing City was established here because of the stargazing tower. The stargazing tower was a monument that had existed in God's domain before the Great Destruction. As for exactly when it had been built, not even Xiaofan knew that. If there were anywhere in Blackwing City where one could find 3 Tier 4 NPCs at the same time, aside from the City Lord's Mansion and Magic Tower, the Stargazing Tower would be it. The City Lord's Mansion was self-explanatory. As for the Magic Tower, it was the residence of many mage NPCs of God's domain who single-mindedly pursued the limits of magic. Meanwhile, high-tiered NPCs had guarded the Stargazing Tower since ancient times. Hence, all 3 of these locations housed many high-tiered NPCs. However, players could not easily gain access to the City Lord's Mansion and the Magic Tower. Only a sightseeing spot like the Stargazing Tower permitted players to enter and leave as they wished. The moment Xiaofan set foot inside the Stargazing Tower, he was met with cute little elemental sprites hovering and dancing around in the air. The center of the main floor contained a spiraling staircase leading to the top floor of the tower. Despite the absence of sunlight inside the Stargazing Tower, a faint blue glow illuminated the interior. Moreover, the walls looked like the starry skies at night, glimmering starlight covering the pitch-black walls to create a mesmerizing sight. In addition, the Stargazing Tower also possessed another mysterious effect. Calming heart. Any player that entered the Stargazing Tower, even those filled with burning rage, would find tranquility inside this place. At this moment, however, Xiaofan did not have the time to appreciate the view. Immediately, he ascended the spiral staircase until he arrived at the Weeping Moon Pavilion of the Stargazing Tower. Before Xiaofan could enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion, the 2 level 180 Tier 2 black-robed knights guarding the entrance stopped him. Outsiders are not allowed entry into the Weeping Moon Pavilion. This humble one is called Yifeng, a demon hunter. I wish to meet Lord Aslan Heartbrew. Can I trouble you to inform the Lord? Xiaofan immediately flashed his identity as a demon hunter to the two knights. As for his identity as the Viscount of White River City, it was utterly worthless here. Look, another fool is trying to enter the Weeping Moon Pavilion. I bet that he's a newcomer who has just arrived in Blackwing City. Everyone in Blackwing City knows that the Weeping Moon Pavilion is the most important place in the Stargazing Tower. It's where many power NPCs reside. I heard that there are many high-level quests available inside as well, and many experts have attempted to get in. But even after wasting a lot of time to become citizens of Blackwing City, the knights guarding the entrance still chased those experts away. Does that newcomer think he can get in just by asking? The Stargazing Tower was well known in Blackwing City. If a player visited the city often, they would know that the Weeping Moon Pavilion was off-limits to players. Hence, when the players inside the Stargazing Tower saw Xiaofang's presumptuous actions, they all started ridiculing him. Outsiders are forbidden from entering the Weeping Moon Pavilion. The knights ignored Xiaofang's identity as a demon hunter. The gaze they directed at him was as cold as before. They then moved to chase Xiaofan away. However, before these black-robed knights could take action, a voice came from inside the Weeping Moon Pavilion. "Let him in. I know him." The two black-robed knights immediately halted their assault. They then opened the doors to the Weeping Moon Pavilion, allowing Xiaofan to enter. What the hell? Damn, that player actually got in. The players who had come to enjoy the show were all stupefied. Until now, not a single player had been allowed into the Weeping Moon Pavilion. Now, however, a newcomer actually got in. The first floor of the Weeping Moon Pavilion was a large and spacious hall. The hall was filled with books and crystal tools. Meanwhile, the ceiling was made of a gigantic water mirror that reflected the starry skies of the outside world. "You're late. You've kept me waiting for a long time. How are you going to pay me for my time?" A crisp and melodious voice reached Xiaofang's ears. Turning around, Xiaofan noticed a female priest in white robes walking down the staircase at a distance. Meanwhile, this female priest who emitted a sacred aura was none other than the divine official Xiaofan. Listening to Xiaofan's accusatory tone, Xiaofan suddenly recalled the scene back at the City Hall of White River City. Back then, Weissman had told him that Xiaofan would wait for him in the Stargazing Tower. However, as he had been preoccupied at the time and had completely forgotten about it. Watching Xiaofan's slowly approaching figure with a saintly smile plastered on her face, a sense of foreboding bloomed in Xiaofang's chest. Moreover, Xiaofan was no longer the Tier 3 divine official that Xiaofan had known. Now, she was a Tier 4 great divine official. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.